There's so much beef, guys. It's insane. No, they were just talking to each other on the couch. What happened backstage? It's all jokes.
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hallway. Couldn't believe it.
They did the deliberate no fist bump to open. That's so good. That is really good.
Very, very telling for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ. I mean, they're backing themselves. It's been a map that's been a solid pick for them in the past. They did play
The deliberate
PRX,
no
who
fist
backed
bump is
themselves on that
awesome.
map, quite a lot, very, very close. That's
Okay, this is going to be an awesome match, though, really, because it's going to showcase the depth of PRX's map pool, too. Because the maps that they've been winning on, I mean, the main map that it's been, the main map that they've been winning on, Lotus, is out. Wow, everybody's on the fucking PRX train.
I think I would be happy with any income, any income. Well, yes, I would, but any output matter of this. It's getting too real on my.
You're allowed to spam track by track today. I gotta be honest with you, the train has already bulldozed me over. I am but a splatter on the tracks. So there are no problems with track by track today. I can't stand in the way of this rumbling train. But I do think, yeah, I'm just interested in seeing if the depth is there for PRX. We're starting out on Fracture, which I would say is a kind of a bad map for them. I don't.
Is it the hero thing again?
I don't think they play that composition particularly well, but it has worked for them against some teams. They have still been getting wins on Fracture. But I'm not convinced that Fracture's at a point where it can really win against like other teams that are good on that map.
RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G yesterday. I do not think they're just going to rock up to the server today and get rolled over.
I saw the handshake, yeah. Very funny. You saw Durka blasting Trex? No, I didn't.
Really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen G how much
I saw Trex tweet. I didn't see Durka hit him with the fucking the return shot.
Well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX is quite well defined. At the same time, though,
wait, I gotta see this. Whose side are you on, Durka or Trex? I haven't even seen it.
A little bit better into the vice comp that RRQ will be bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you learn a lot more from your
Zeke versus Mixwell? Bro, why is everybody taking shots across the bow at each other?
Of course, he didn't have a good time, but he bounced back strong, and I do think they're familiar enough with double duelists to know how to counter what RRQ have.
I think Cushy's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key.
Has anyone got a link to this drama? Zeke and Mixwell had a fight under Durka's replies. Bro, why?
Absolutely sending it on the rifle, getting very aggressive, but I don't know if Monyet's necessarily got the same kind of op chops that someone like Buzz will have on T1 on the Neon Fracture.
Well, maybe he'll get a little braver up against a former team, right?
When I was in conversations about joining this team, I had doubts about you as a person based on how you acted in your previous teams. I got told you wouldn't be like that here. I decided to give it a chance. As a player, you're amazing and really talented. You feel the game in a special way. All of us know that about you. But as a person, you're impossible to work with to the point where you wasted other people's time, ruined practices, fully shut down in official matches because of your ego, and made comments that hit people on a personal level. Something a good teammate doesn't do. I've never experienced anything like that before. Holy fucking... Holy kablamo.
Yeah, it does, but are we going to see some DRX come in towards today's
After the decision was made to bench you, none of us said anything bad about you publicly. We didn't want to damage your rep because we still had respect for you as a talented player. Your tweet after our loss just confirmed you're the same immature person I feared I'll be teaming up with, following the same pattern of behavior we saw when playing together. Holy fucking kablamo from Durka.
Is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the
Holy
game
fucking kablamo. To make things clear, since you decided to go that deep, you guys asked me to come back 2 weeks ago after benching me, which I refused. I got offered an apology from everyone in the team, including you. So posting about me being toxic or not caring just doesn't make sense at that point. I personally don't see the need to throw mud about how you or others were inside the team, which is why I tweeted a simple meme. I mean, a simple meme that fucking made him look good and made the team look shit. I don't think there was... No, I wasn't being disrespectful. I just memed about how good you guys are crap and I'm good.
RRQ challenging.
It's just a simple meme, guys. No disrespect intended. Me when I post an incredibly disrespectful meme.
On the damage delivered though. Something low.
Bro. EMEA needs the drama. Yo, what the fuck? The Devi Sheriff is barking round 1.
With a full fire team in front inside of
Yeah, the meme targets Sivo. Oh my god, Devi opens with an ace. He's destroying.
Well, if you want to get
Holy
a good start
shit.
coming in towards a map like this, where historically you've had some fumbles, right? To highlight the old Arcros.
Bro, that is so funny. That is so funny.
But switching things up, Devi out for the Sheriff, ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence. Definitely agree with what the Deskers were saying.
Like, Trex's tweet is hilarious, because it's like, yeah, well, maybe I am a piece of shit teammate, but you guys are so desperate you wanted me back.
NLG weird from Dirk asking someone to come back and offering an apology, but then saying they are the worst teammate after them not wanting to come back.
Each other with huge clash outside of A main does not
Weird from
really
Durka asking someone to come back and offer an apology, but then say that after them not wanting to come back. That's not fucking weird from Durka. That just shows how desperate the team is because they're playing like shit currently.
Devi carrying on with a
Sounds like he was a terrible teammate, genuinely, but they were willing to overlook it because they need to win.
A little trade over.
I mean, it's weird from Durka to highlight it in the open for sure. Like, normally you just don't do that.
Keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya, from something.
Yep.
But it's very funny.
Going on to the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes. Then you can just hopefully have some yeehaw action, get your shots out.
Personally,
PRX.
This is why I think Verno handled things immaculately. If you're a player that got removed for whatever reason, and your team that you were on starts losing, you got to just close your mouth. You got to just close your mouth because everybody in the community does all the talking for you. And you never ever have to give any reason for people to get salty and drag you into it in any kind of a bad way. You just sit back, you shut the fuck up, and you let all of the losses do the talking for you. Even when you really want to post the meme, don't do it.
This round, who knows? 3 away from it there.
Especially when you're starting on a defense as well. Currently, though, it's just Xpharaoh on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, PRX. An idea that when you're in towards tower, you're not seeing him there, you just put some focal point in towards A main as
all right,
well,
huge push behind from RRQ. Oh, God. Xpharaoh just dies to spam, I think.
Xpharaoh's already lost his life.
That's not good.
And you're not seeing too much action
And it's full 4 players on the flank. Oh, Patman's taking such a risk. He's going. Oh no, he's not. He's just posting up at Jenny. I thought he was thinking about going and taking Canteen or Jenny. Oh, this reposition has fried them. That is a lovely reposition from something. That's really well played.
Soon enough, with all the information, with all the numbers,
a 4-player flank, though, is already risky enough. Like, normally you don't want to send 4 players because you only have 1 person coming from Canteen or Jenny. So it's not... Okay, so a really weird situation, actually, here, where a team wins the bonus, but the team that lost might want to force around the 2 rifles they saved. Very strange. That's just unfortunate for Xpharaoh.
Like the initiative from something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy in that moment in time. Bailed out by the boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe
yeah, I mean,
a world where he dispatches of something and
they could buy like 3 bulldogs.
The 1-4 split doesn't go their way.
No, they don't even go for it. They're just pure ecoing around the 2 rifles.
Wants to go for any engagements or not.
Is bro on the train yet? Fucking choo-choo. I'm not on the train, I'm under the train.
Jing is very familiar with, though, so Forsaken as well, they've marked it.
Yeah, generally you'll see a raise satchel up on top of that.
And RRQ just went for the gamble stack A.
Players already having some success.
It is a glass of orange juice. It's actually apple and mango juice, but...
Monyet will be the
No.
casualty,
The
and
tracks are allowed,
we'll see
RJ.
what
Today,
RRQ
the tracks are
wanna go
allowed.
for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example.
I
If he
can't
does just
stop
wanna
this
hold the
fucking
Phantom Blast in
train.
next round
What
too.
is an egg before a train?
Ways to kind of position themselves around spawn, around canteen, look for whatever frags and picks they might be able to
Sliggy was
find.
having inside
If he
info.
does get a little
PRX
bit
was
more,
getting
it
help
gives some
from Mini.
slight
The train
opportunity
is
in the retake,
fraudulent
but
capper.
Otherwise,
I agree.
it's
I
pretty
agree
much
with that.
written off, and at the same time, you consider how this round started
Sliggy
off.
was doing
Mono
insider trading on the train.
used to play with PRX. Monyet is the guy who kind of came
If
in,
he had told me that Mini was helping them with their
Shane.
defense sides, I would have taken it more seriously. I thought this was normal PRX again.
By Cushy, but that will be it. Just crazy guy left with the classic, possibly to die with a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available to help set up for his teammates to get a kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die
Is
in
Sliggy
the
the
last little stages
VCT
of the
version
round
of
to,
Nancy Pelosi
you know,
of
somebody on
insider
PRX getting
trading?
his ult horde, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting...
Yeah, I'd say
ults
Sliggy's very
online
similar to Nancy
either,
Pelosi.
which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a...
All right, next round is another rifle round. I want to see them actually fight PRX instead of just letting them take the site for free every time.
In this season as well, right? That upper final, that game to get in towards Toronto.
Yeah, Mini was helping PRX with their defensive setups. I mean, I don't know how much, obviously.
And then ultimately losing against
Maybe it was a lot, maybe it was a little amount.
Bow out, not able to get through towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ, though, you know, everyone
their defense on Lotus, for example, looks
bit of a slower start
way
from
better
Monyet on
than
that one. This time,
I would have
though,
expected them
ultimately,
to run
Quack,
it.
It's a very slow start for all of RRQ at the moment. Some great little fast ideas to come
Today
through
is a
from
best of 5,
PRX.
yes.
W Gaming at its
Today
finest
is a
in
best
all
of
these
5.
rounds so far.
And the first, so Lotus and Haven both got banned.
Being learned, and that's exactly
So,
what the best was talking about as well. You know, Big Time was mentioning
we
that,
open on Fracture, and then
you
I think
learn
it
the
goes
most
to,
from your
like,
losses, and I think the
Split
one
or
against,
something.
T1
Yeah.
definitely felt quite
Fracture,
a bit
Split,
for
and Pearl are the
PRX.
first 3.
So you see the improvements coming through.
All right, Monyet picks up the operator. He's going to hop over towards A halls. They have 3 players on B, and they have Thorns to try to stop, or at least do a lot of damage to the Neon. And it looks like they want to play in front of the smokes, right? You smoke Canteen, you smoke Jenny, these 3 players are going to play in front of it. So they're actually going to try to shut down this push and deny the spike.
It's in play.
Which I think is a good idea to do. Then again, both of the duelists are not even with this hit, so they're not actually committing to this P exec. Something just walked through! He's on the wrong side of that.
However, PRX Intertree
What's he doing?
have a good progression smoke to try to deal with the shear.
Bro, they don't suspect this at all. He's going to get a free kill. He's just inside the smoke. Hello, observers. Show me something's POV.
But the headshot angle, it favors Cushy instead.
He was inside the smoke the entire time, and then he got a kill on the player escaping Canteen.
To solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
That is a mad play for something.
Yet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes. Maybe a bit more presence. Might be able to catch player.
Okay, you know that something was holding it in this tucked left corner before. So you have to be wary of that. Yeah, clear that left corner. Alright, and now you got a kill. Go forwards. No aggression from PRX in this.
Inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3. He dives straight into it, but the forces prove too overwhelming.
Not as good in the post plant as I was hoping for from PRX there, but RRQ had a nice controlled retake where they actually had players that were like alive, right, to be able to go forwards. I think for PRX, they had a lot more success in the previous round when they spread out more in the post plant, when they had players holding arcade heavily, and when they had players still repositioned back over towards tree. But look, they just give RRQ so much space on the way back in. I mean, I guess Devi was trying to go back under tunnel to flank, but he's not really controlling arcade there, is he? He's the one peeking.
Works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just.
That's a fucking wild round from something. All right, Devi's attack side open. What the hell is he up to?
A map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the 4
This wall, if you get triggered by it, Teho ult comes and melts your face.
Instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if
Look, Crazy Guy is the stun, and then you get choo-chooed. The train hits you from behind here. They're exactly in the worst part of the map. Anytime you're playing against a Tejo ult, I would be deadly afraid. They're going to try to trigger this. There's the stun. Oh, they just got out. Good read from PRX, but I still didn't think they were going to be able to get out of that.
Other tools you might have left would be the Orbital Strike and maybe the Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from RRQ realizing that they have to get a little
The thing is, RRQ's read is that PRX are not going to retake that space immediately. So that seems like a bad read to me. But they're going and looking for the weak side of the A split.
No one's home, they can set up for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at the post.
Which would mean that PRX does need to find
Okay,
a little bit
so
more
they control the whole of like close holes. They still control sand, and they've got to try to get a retake going from both angles. Well, Cushy got forced to go for that peak.
And it's going to hurt them somewhat. The firefight going through. Monyet finding a frag with the op.
Dude, Forsaken is cooking them. That's such a nice round from him. Being able to get past that trap play in dish and then destroying them in holes.
It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
And he's just feeling it all the way through.
Oh, the stun faded.
Ever since round 2. He was looking for it at the end, but, you know, Jemkin's still able to hold his ground.
He should be surviving for the tail end.
This looks like a better version of Fracture than what they played before. Like they look
play to come out from PRX.
like they're really aware of what RRQ are going to be doing. The combo nade stun there to flush the first player out of position, and then I mean whatever the hell that is.
To go in for a proper retake might have been a little bit different when you consider the orbital strike is in play too, so they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information.
Yeah, they're looking good. The comp is still bad though, right? I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to how you play it. Like, if you're, if you are able to not just... Like, if it feels like when they ran it previously, the composition forced them to just do like fast exec, fast exec, fast exec. But they are actually playing it with some more defaulting in. You think about the round where they had the Killjoy lockdown, where they had Raze holding this, Neon holding this, 3 players in tunnel. They walked up tunnel, they put the Killjoy lockdown in, and then they have like something hiding inside the smoke here. Like, so they're not getting forced into a really high-tempo exec kind of play style, even with the double duelist comp. So I think they're...
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough.
I think they're playing it a lot better than you'd expect for... Dude, for how one-dimensional the composition I should play.
Oh my god, what is that wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Monyet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh. And the spike getting planted.
I mean, aggro. Ooh, he's been melted by that though. Patman is fucked there. He tried to counter ult, but he got hit by the breach ult and the brim ult.
Fastlane's up. It kind of keeps him out of dodge for it now until the kills continue.
Cushy, you gotta. Well, I guess he didn't have a weapon really.
Once again, the triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy.
Using brim ult, breach ult on an eco round.
20 seconds to go. The spike plant is denied. You get a little bit worried that RRQ might be able to steal a round away, but they do weather it in the end. Overlooking an angle, some crossfire sprays coming on out from the bottom of drop from Forsaken. Again, another multi-frag round. Yeah, the investment of the overdrive.
Yeah, I don't know why he's neon ulting, but whatever. It's not their important ult.
Have that again in a couple of rounds the way that he is going at the moment. Second timeout now invested as well. You would expect from RRQ.
Second timeout for RRQ.
Things are not going well on this defensive
See, the problem
side
is,
at the moment.
RRQ need to be flood defending, but it's really difficult to flood defend against like the massive ults that PRX have had online. The round, I think it was round 4. The round 4 when they had 3 players on B, they just got hit by a lockdown, so they had to leave. And then in the next few rounds, they're dealing against a breach ultimate and a raise ultimate, so it's like, okay, well, any player that we put in a hard anchor position is just getting fucking owned now. So instead, they've been playing like kind of off-site setups. Like they've been playing pretty passive setups. They've been allowing them to get into A. They haven't been putting people into hard anchor positions on A. And I think you just have to on this map. Even if the A player just dies, it lets other people run in from sand and from spawn.
Upgrading our youth's brains by allowing 7 TV emojis in chat. They will not know how to express themselves through words. They need colourful pictures to tell you how they feel. Why are we allowing this as a society?
I would say colorful pictures to tell you how you feel predates words. It's a truer form of communication. The emoji.
And they've spotted out Jemkin up by the top.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he uses that to slide through. Forsaken has slipped underneath tunnel to try to bolt.
Then again, I know that you're a master of the English language, Devoyne. The messages that you cook up are
yeah, the battle is essentially won by PRX
a work of literacy.
Now you can settle down for a little bit, see what Devi might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something with one Sky Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xpharaoh potentially do on the rotate? They start to pivot towards this A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or might even have to consider the save for RRQ.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave RRQ a rabbit to chase, and they did. And when they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike.
Hey, SFNX. How you doing?
Devi can just post up with that operator as well.
SNFX.
There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You got to consider the investment of the ult as well, but they're already starting to rotate back. It seems like the call to the save is there.
Yeah, PRX are winning Fracture.
This is gonna
And not just that, they're playing a great game on
non-conversion
Fracture
after
today.
the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just
I
every
think
angle would leave you so exposed. Seal Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ, that ability is going to have
Maybe
to
I'm
be
forgetting
something
somebody,
used in the
but I
next
feel like
round.
T1
Perhaps
has still
the
been
two
very good
guns
on Fracture,
being
even
salvaged
though
over. Monyet with the overdrive, if you can cut PRX's
they
guns in
didn't
half,
make it very deep in the
may very
bracket.
well be able to have a round. Just really
But I think
liking
T1
the
really
adjustments
understand
of
this map.
PRX at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do.
Yeah, DRX
go a
might
little
have still
bit
been
more
cooked even
quiet.
if it went here. Yeah,
Now they were
if
so
PRX played like
incredibly
this,
aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then this
entirely possible.
the push down into tunnel.
I swear, like half of those players they didn't even see.
PRX, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter.
Devi's picking up
16
the attack
kills in
up
there.
again.
You almost forget that Patman's on 0 still. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the guy has been putting up the clutch statistics.
Oh,
Kind
yeah.
of like what Pilsky was talking about, but still. Next round shores up, and that's going to be PRX once again back in towards bench.
You hear the
Well, here we go
arcade.
towards the B side at the moment. Try and
Alright.
see what you can get in. Oh, look in the angles. Jemkin
Nice,
well
they're actually
stunned.
fighting on site this time. This is the first time that we've
That's the
seen
shutdown that
them
you needed to see from RRQ.
fighting in
Unbelievable.
anchor
And with that, the
positions
engine is
against an
completely
exec.
halted around the back of arcade. No real entry from that point forward because Jemkin has placed down the smokes, and then Devi.
He's going to
Good
expect a
awareness
second.
Going on, checks out his 6.
Got to start to shovel some coal back in towards the seam train here for PRX.
I need quite a bit more though. Could go for a possible rotation
Nice.
off to the ace site, but with that flash over, it
I mean,
kind of
Devi
stops things once again.
is... Devi has a pretty good idea that there's somebody else on the flank there because it's unusual for the Neon to be going alone. Normally the Neon goes with like a Teho or sometimes a Breach. Some initiator that's allowed them the information or the flash to push out. And unfortunately, he doesn't have a rifle, so he just has to wander back in with an op in his hand.
He turns back around and he finds Petman.
But yeah, this is actually the first round where we've seen RRQ hard anchor. Every other round they've either played off-site
Forward some positioning. But Patman has
or
a
been
full
pushed
kit of
off-site.
utility as well, barring one flash. Goes in for the
Or I guess there was that one round where they fought them arcade.
Until Jemkin swings out from the
They did
wayside.
actually try to fight them for space in arcade. But that's not anchoring the site, that's like fighting them for exec space.
May very well be with him. Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, that's what you need in that scenario. That's why I'm talking about don't give opportunities for the 1 versus 1s because it makes it look very doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the side.
Jemkin getting the kill
standing ground there from
while
RRQ
full
so
stun
far.
there in spray control.
There's a lot of trust
Which
in
is
the
mad.
stuns. But sometimes, you've said it lots of
yeah,
times.
Yeah, Pac-Man
before,
replaced
Komodo.
Mind Freak.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are cosmetic.
Oh, there's going to be a massive fight here at Tree.
See if RRQ can start to get a couple more on the board on this.
Gotta say, I favor PRX with the double duelist in spots like this. Oh my god, Devi just owned them. I mean, I think he was stunned.
From PRX, just allowing them to escape from the aftershock, and they can reset.
How did they do? How did it do 0 damage, Moniette's ult? I guess it hadn't really got the angle on them.
Over towards A main, so just call a mid round here for the team. You know that RRQ are gonna have to go looking somewhere. You've conceded all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have a bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why.
Drop your sky smokes.
Why are we mid round clearing the area that has the Vice Wall?
Positioning out from RRQ now, trying to hold up towards drop.
Now we're just giving them the whole of the A site.
Go possibly through south side instead.
Look, you're too late to get back into an anchor spot, so now you're just stuck off site. I mean, this is horrible.
PRX going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
Spike planted.
Spike down. Got smokes up towards
Does Choo Choo get banned? No, not today. You train-loving bastards have won again.
If Cushy survived, but he's down.
Yeah, out from the flank, and that's exactly what PRX are so good at right now, being very fully aware.
RRQ didn't even play this round.
They've called the save again. They just do not have the resources.
Moniet got one-tapped by a stunned Devi, I think.
This is looking pretty grim
and then
for RRQ, essentially on the back of Moniet.
They went for a mid-round re-clear of Dish for some fucking reason, and then just gave up the whole of the site.
Going looking north side. And PRX just get into the site, get the plant down.
Just accept it. PRX are the second best team in Pacific. Why stop at second?
Retake from RRQ.
You really feel
why are we stopping at second?
RRQ in this moment as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time, no numbers, no reads.
Just no confidence, it feels like, at the moment of them as well, right? The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here and there on those early engagements. They're not winning just the scrap battles at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, PRX has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international, but still, they have got a lot more to prove.
And shaken up by Gen G yesterday, right? The performance of them leaves to be desired.
Stun, salvo.
This is some A-main control, though, that RRQ are going to find, and if PRX wants it back, they'd have to
trying to bait out a wall, but didn't find it because the wall is here for Arcade instead.
Tight angle.
Dude, honestly, the B defense looks good with just the Vice and the Brim. I don't think we need Crazy Guy over here.
Moniet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger.
They're worried about a re-hit. But at least hold Canteen so that you can rotate back to A, man. This is the most committed position of all time.
That Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reactions, and they will go for it.
Dies.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for PRX, where they're just going to stampede in towards the
Moniet, get into a hard anchor spot. Get it into A. Get fully into A.
Very level-headed in their comms at the moment.
Oh, they pushed out the whole of the north side and it's going back to B. This is fucking crazy.
Up the A orb that's actually already gone.
Level-headed is a great description, but that said, Komodo, decent.
Pop the thorns, nice thorns pop. You got aftershock here as well. I mean, this is pretty good.
For the team with an aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xfero.
Xfero could be a real danger here.
A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first.
He gets one. Moniet dies. Devi was underneath in the tunnel.
A 2v4 turned into a 2v3.
It is winnable though.
Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Pac-Man. Stuck at default.
Whoa, big swing from PRX, catching RRQ as they were about to step forward.
Just comfortably sitting down in the pool.
Important kills from Devi's kill under tunnel there onto Moniet, who was flanking around from north side. Really important.
Really figuring things out
and what is Cushy doing there? Why is he taking such a big swing?
Map number 1, the
whole point is just to jiggle for info.
You want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well.
They're getting shook.
A change of look for PRX in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for PRX. Last round of the half, and a split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. RRQ reading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do
barely
have
did
some
any
ults going
damage
on
there.
for themselves as well.
Yeah, Armageddon and Orbital Strike going to be used nice and early to keep them out of the sight. Both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks, though.
How the fuck are you getting 0 kills with that ult combo?
The flank does come through, but still the trade's being found by PRX. Jing.
And they just can't get kills.
The trades again for PRX. Always
The fragging is way worse. Like every time there's a trade battle between these two teams,
Rolling Thunder
it's
might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duels, but
it's PRX coming out on top.
Anyway, it's not gonna be found. He's stuck into a corner.
Wow, everything went wrong for them there. The ults didn't even get a kill. The trades over towards A holes didn't work for them. God damn.
Chance to flick on that switch, is there? 10-2 at the half. That, yeah, I mean, you really can't even fault RRQ in a lot of these scenarios too, because they're going with numbers, they're going for the crossfires, they're having the standard pieces of utility to try and give themselves favor. The PRX are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers.
Yeah, no, PRX have got a great idea of what their opponents are going to do on Fracture.
And the confidence
they got completely dismantled by T1, but maybe that's just because T1 understand Fracture way better than these other teams. Like, RRQ look like they're struggling to figure out how to play against this.
As well. I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult. This guy, you know,
score prediction for today. 3-2?
The desk interview went through with.
I don't know about that.
Same time, he's kind of
it feels like a quick 3-0 speed run for PRX based on this map.
He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of
the
best.
PRX got better?
I mean, if you want to think
yeah, I think they do look like they're playing better.
At this point, I can't tell if all of Pacific has the bed or if PRX is just the best.
Everybody on the train hype at the
PRX
moment.
is just the best.
A lot of us here on the PRX.
They're on the fucking train.
Except
one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man.
But yeah, I think PRX, compared to the game against T1, PRX are playing slower. They're defaulting. They're rotating from site to site to try to find the weaker area.
It's just not a great look for our.
And they're getting into. But I do think when they hit the site, they're not getting pressured the same way as against T1. I think T1 are really, really good at figuring out how to fight teams as they enter on the attack.
And that's exactly what we were hoping for.
Like as you go through a choke point, T1's util is really nice. They've always got like a smoke and like a molly or a flash or something in your face, and then they go and fight you rather than just giving you the site for free. Like 5 of these rounds at least, PRX just got given the site for free.
Big amounts of patience.
But I definitely think PRX have leveled up.
PRX playing 1-4, more heavily defended towards the B site, where RRQ are not currently going towards. A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PRX, means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Devi got an ace last time on the pistol with the Sheriff. Does he go for a peek now, just because he's confident? Turret recalled. He was just playing for information, remember, with this turret that watches over towards A holes. Oh, he's just got a freebie here.
Well, David versus David.
Thanks, Farah, just giving his life there for no great reason. You had a free plant. You could have pushed anywhere together, coordinated with a teammate. And instead, you just individually went. Oh my god, Crazy Guy can't even get the kill because his teammates are covering Forsaken so well. Dude, Forsaken is farming. Absolutely farming. He's 22-5. He's fucking owning them.
Both of them going their way on this map, and RRQ just deficit numbers.
Scuba and Bonkar are now official for the NRG starting lineup, and Ethan's officially the IGL again.
I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos, you know, shot probably towards main on the spot.
Bro, I hope Ethan's better this time at IGLing.
Switching between the utility and the weapon.
But what about the
like the roster is better, right? I don't think you can argue that the roster isn't a massive improvement going from Finesse to Scuba.
We've not really seen even the rifles connecting too much at the moment for RRQ.
It's just hard to be excited about Ethan IGL when he was one of the worst IGLs in recent history.
In the last round, see if they can steal a cheeky round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PRX in
But
this
I think
round.
it will make a difference having Som on the team, because Som is so vocal in comms.
From RRQ.
Either Ethan will have improved, or Som will help him improve, or something, but like, I think that team will hopefully look better than they did in 2024.
Forsaken slows that down just in the nick of time. Ghost shots
Dominated. Absolutely dominated again.
Petman to finish things off with the Spectre.
Already tied him up with the Outlaw. Great little adjustment that we get to see from him. Try to wriggle the spray, get that shot out, finish him with the sidearm.
Right, you just knew that
Finesse retirement video made me really emotional. I cried 17 times. Yeah, me too. 17 individual times, like, start crying, stop crying completely, start crying again, and that only counts as 2. It's honestly, it's kind of difficult to cry 17 times in 2.5 minutes, or however long that was, but we managed it.
Into what could be the final round. A stinger from Davai, shots from Jing.
I mean, this is the train. This is the fucking train. They just ran over RRQ. Not even, not a glimmer of a hope for RRQ in that map. Yeah, way too easy. Way too easy. They just pancaked them.
A recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like with this form that they're going to be stopping anytime soon.
Thing is, though, it was their attack side that looked really good there. Not their defense.
The next map is going to be PRX's map pick of Split as well.
The next one is Split.
Tough, but you need to see more from this
When did we last see them play Split? Oh, by the way, the YouTube stream didn't seem to be working today, so I had to load the Twitch stream.
Hopefully come out with a better idea of it, but right
is anyone else having those same problems?
From PRX, taking duels together as a team, multi-fragging up a storm. Everybody feels very aligned on PRX on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play.
They've only played it twice this year.
You know, they're holding each other's
They played it against Global, and they just played like a pretty meta comp. Same kind of stuff that a lot of the EMEA teams are playing. And they won 13-5. I mean, it seems like a good comp for them.
At their very best, just kind of like what Alex was talking about.
And I think we can ignore that, to be honest.
They
don't get against T1.
Reined back in.
I mean, you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything.
How good at RRQ here?
Beef before the game, no handshakes, no fist bumps or anything, but it's all laughs. You know, we have some fun there, and now we cast our minds towards the next map.
Well, they've only played it twice as well.
Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef.
Well, they only went from Astra to Omen.
Just as we toss it back over onto the desk.
Yeah, like an America's kind of style split against an EMEA style split.
I definitely think RRQ has that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PRX.
A dog versus a dinosaur. What the hell are you going to do about that? Ace Maya, thank you for the new tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Hawk Grove, thank you for the 17 months as well.
I would say you would kind of expect
both Som and Finesse said on stream that Som is IGLing. Or why am I getting one guide by somebody earlier that said Ethan was IGLing then? The NRG manager said that Ethan is IGLing, but then Som and Finesse said that Som is IGLing. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care who says they're IGLing, but I would imagine that Som is going to be doing quite a lot of calling even if he's not officially the IGL. Just because he was doing a lot of calling whenever we heard their comms earlier in the year. Finesse is IGLing from the crowd? What, like when that guy won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and just had a smart friend in the crowd going, every time it was the correct answer? I'm thinking about picking A. I'm thinking about rushing B. Finesse is just exploding in a coughing fit in the stage. Guys, should I take the kittens on an A split? No. He's sneezing. Oh shit, they're stacking B. Achoo, achoo. 448 ACS, light work for Forsaken in his first class train carriage.
We don't really know what to say at this point because, 13-2 on Fracture in this manner is really, really tough for the side of RRQ. But for PRX, hey, it's just another day. in the PRX office.
Yeah, I mean, they are really going from strength to strength, and we've seen some improvements already from them. So we'll dive into the replay.
Blasting people.
Our mind back to what we saw versus T1 on Fracture.
Finesse is going to Hans Niemann whoever IGLs. I mean, I don't think you can use Hans Niemann as a verb, meaning to forcefully insert a vibrating butt plug. That's a crazy verb that you've just invented.
Ahead of the rest of the pack, people are not able to scale up effectively on the attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a really good job.
Be wary if Som suddenly starts wearing hats. It could be a Ratatouille situation.
Not really pacing things super well.
I mean, I'm worried about that for PRX. Mini's small enough that he might be able to fit into a hat.
You have the nice reactive utility on the Teo bridge.
Wait, why are they showing? I mean, they're showing how T1 dismantled PRX.
To get these executes
yeah, I mean,
that was not the case today. Not only because I feel like they
I think this would have been good to showcase beforehand, but yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. The fact that like showcasing T1 and how they were defending. Dude, look at it. They're just playing completely offside. Completely offside. 4-player stack on the flank, completely offside. Nobody's stopping them going into this B split at all. Compared to the video you just saw of T1 fighting them tooth and nail for B. That's not based on a PRX read, that's based on RRQ misplaying. PRX can't have a read that forces 4 players to defend A.
We just saw in that round how RRQ was stacking 4 on A, and they just give up the sites for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ take the fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so afraid. That's what they need to do.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like when you're playing into T1's defense, first, you got to deal with Buzz on the op. You got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle. And then it's the reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice Wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes. You've got counter utility from the Teo and the
Run
breach.
an ad, you dumb
really
bald egg.
Bruh,
I've already run an ad.
When was
you guys just don't get them half the time. I swear to God, every time you're screaming at me to run an advert, I've already run an advert.
Right now. They are moving as a unit so well.
I literally ran an ad like 3 minutes ago.
And when you got Forsaken being the tip of the spear, being the sharpest player in the server, and just running an absolute masterclass on the Neon, that's his signature.
Run another one? You can't run them. You can only run one like every 8 minutes or something. I need more ads. Please, please, pull them down my neck.
Monyet, nowhere to be found. And you look at Forsaken, the complete opposite of what you need to be on this map.
For Monyet, like we saw it previously.
Surely Patman is in the top 10. Do you really think that? You really think Patman's a top 10 player in the world? Or a top 10 player going to Masters Toronto, I suppose. Those could be different things. I don't think you can say that just because the roster works better with him in, that he's a top 10 player. I don't think that's reasonable. Forsaken, absolutely. Forsaken's playing like a fucking freak. But I don't think you should be giving the credit purely to Patman because he's the difference between the former roster and this one. I think that's just kind of, yeah, strange logic. The train is not one player. Agreed, Rembo. The train is not one player.
He was traded out so well if he did ever die. And I just think he was a monster.
Jing? I don't really think Jing has been
he's killing 2 people around worth of
the most impressive players on this run. Like, when I've been watching PRX, I've been mostly impressed by Forsaken, number 1, and probably Devi, number 2.
You can't. I mean, you just lose. We just go next.
Yeah, pretty much. And you look at,
kind of depends what something's up to. Sometimes on certain maps, it would be something.
So that just shows you.
I haven't looked at the stats or whatever, but like, I don't think... I don't remember being amazed by what Jing's been doing. Let's have a quick look at the stats. Let's go for like... let's get rid of week 1, 2, and 3. Because that's when PRX were sucking, right? So we're only seeing stats from when PRX have been frying, yeah? And actually, Jing has the highest rating. That's crazy. That doesn't... honestly, it doesn't feel like that watching them. Is that because he was frying in the group stage? Yes. Okay, so most of that was coming from group stage compared to Forsaken. But yeah, and okay, so like Devi, something, Jing are all pretty tightly grouped together for their playoffs run. So I've just forgotten how good Jing was playing in week 4 and 5, apparently. But yeah. My eyeball reaction is that it feels like Forsaken and Devi are doing the most. But the stats would say, depending on whether or not you want to take the group stage into account, that it's been Forsaken and Jing.
They played T1, but that was a completely different era with different comps entirely. So I want to see why a PRX picked this map. It's just not really something that you've seen them play too much.
See, Prize is going back to 2G. I think that makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Double duelist, similar to what you've seen T1 run before. We'll
get the band back together. Obviously, you can't get Zap,
and I do
but
wonder for the
get the band back together.
We have Jemkin back on the duelist. We've Jemkin on the Yoru. Does that inspire a bit more confidence, right? Because of RRQ, you were looking at the players that had the most stopping power on, you know.
I don't think Prize was alone to Furia, but I could be wrong.
Right?
I thought they properly traded it.
Even Xpharaoh, unfortunately, they just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have.
I would imagine the Prize is replacing the Bearer, but I don't know.
Since, you know, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we.
What happened to Zap? He fucking crashed out. Crashed out big time. Simon style.
Split. This is a map that we don't really see a lot from either team, so there's so much room for them to play around all of their compositions and strategies that they're going to bring out on the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things. You could turn some tricks here in the
Who crashed and burned worse on their org, Zap or Simon? Probably Simon, because he... Oh, wait, they're playing...
Who is that? She's from your country,
I'm not as big on this comp. I don't like this as much. I would prefer if PaperX just played the mirror. This is a really PaperX style comp, but I think this is a worse version of the double duelist. This is basically just 2023 looking comp. But the Sky is so much worse. The Yoru is so much better right now.
We have a Sky in VCT.
We have a Sky.
Again, like, I guess it depends on how they play it.
I mean, Patman bringing
but
it
I'm not thrilled that they're going in this direction. I would rather they went for the Yoru Rays with the Fade, Viper, Omen.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time.
Okay.
And Pilski, yes, it's going to be split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5.
No, I'm saying it is a very PaperX style comp, but it's not a modern comp. It's a very old comp. Like, Sky is so much worse than when this was a meta pick. And the Yoru is so overpowered to not include it in a double duelist comp.
Why can't we see the same for Teo when Teo gets nerfed, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. And hopefully a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that crazy guy on
maybe they didn't like the other composition because it put something on a unusual role.
Attack, then being able to smoke things off straight into the A site.
I don't know. On the breach, which this time they're not opting for that. Cushy, see what he can gather in the information department. This time, however,
I could absolutely see PaperX losing this map, just based on the comp not being great, but I think if they play with a lot of aggression and their players are hitting, they should be able to make up for it. Paranoia. Oh, dude, good dash, actually.
Straight into the smokes. Jemkin then to deal with him.
Good flash, though.
To be able to stave off the PaperX aggression as well. Trades going
Shimkin does pretty well just getting one there, to be honest.
Looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy, though, able to hold down the ground.
But yeah, RRQ with the pistol. They get in onto the A side for free. I mean, once we get into some of the rifle rounds, you should be expecting to see, like, Jet trying to fight this line aggro with some Sky utility. So Jet and Sky covering A. Maybe they run 3 at the beginning of the round, but then drop 2 of the players away once something gets on a deep line.
You've got depth, losing a map here or there. You can have some recovery as well for a map like Split where we've not seen.
What did they play last time? Like, what were the roles last time they played this? Can somebody take a look? When they played Split against Global Esports, I can't remember who was on the double duelist and basically what was something playing.
But picking up the pistol round on PaperX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see
That
a
is
battle
not
against a boombot go, by the way.
how you... Yeah,
Well,
that is...
looking for the sheriff shot.
something versus one little boombot boy. He was playing Yoru and he dropped 8 kills. Yeah. Yeah, because that is the problem. Like, ideally, if you were making a split composition with the Raze Yoru, you'd want Forsaken on Yoru, Jing on Raze, and then you play like something on
Not in this round currently.
Omen. But that doesn't really work for PaperX, I guess.
Scrappy. But that said, RRQ recognizing
Would have been
the
nice to
situation
see them
well.
put
They've
the
got
effort
these
into
guns, they
making
need to
that
hold on
work
to
for
him on
Toronto,
yet.
though.
Playing around backside alongside Jemkin. That will be a
Something on
huge,
Fade? Yeah,
crossfire
maybe.
if
Something on
PRX does
Fade.
decide to walk into it. They're
And
taking
then
their time currently, which might mean
Patman
down to the
on
last few
Omen?
seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for PaperX. See if he can get any
Yeah,
extra
possibly.
ultimate orbs, maybe
That
on
could
Jing,
work.
for example, but you don't want to give any more to Mon yet. He's traded guns with teammate to make sure the primary rifle will continue over to the next round. With Death, he will collect another ulti orb for the
It's just for
showstopper,
comfort, I
but
think.
in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the pistol, now doubling down.
That gives you, or gives PaperX, some slight ideas as well. RRQ having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. PaperX.
I assume you mean
doing a
PaperX needs
decent
something
job
to be
of
good at
picking up the
Yoru,
ultra around
Flintstone.
A main.
Yeah, I mean,
You
it's always
typed
gonna be
Forsaken
back to
twice,
learning
but I
curve as
assume
well for
your
PaperX
sentence
on a
was
map like
supposed to say
Split,
PaperX
Right,
needs
like
something
this
to be
as
good at
well. Only
Yoru
seeing
because
them play
Forsaken and
once
Patman are
against
better at the
global
other roles.
esports in this stage. You
In which
throw
case I would
further
agree with
back
you.
As well to kick off once against T1 where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say, just having the sky and a
Well, there goes
double
one
doors
yet.
there. Fresh round though.
Big
Guns
swing,
on
no
the board
paranoia.
For PaperX and opening battle 1 against Monyet. And a change of look now for RRQ, losing control of A. So let's spread up mid. Let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s and maybe get towards the site.
Oh my god. I was going to say, Sky's
Well,
going to do a
PaperX
decent
are
job,
fighting
but this
really
guy's
aggro over both
Forsaken doing
the
well as well.
extremities here.
Taking angles.
Fighting
Second
really
kill.
hard over B main and fighting really hard over
Just
A
like
ramp.
what we saw in Fracture, RRQ kind of
So that's something that RRQ need to
lost
adjust
supply.
to heading into the rifle round
That's just the
proper.
bonus round. These happen. You lose the first duel. You run into an angle.
Yeah, Forsaken pulls out Yoru when nobody else is playing it. Now that Yoru's utterly broken and everybody's playing it, no, I don't think I shall.
Right now, the spike is in firm control of PaperX.
But I don't. To be honest, I think if it was up to him, he would be playing Yoru.
What damage they can get back
I think it's just.
I guess 2v5 going in for the dry peaked duels inside of Garage, and PaperX just does not let them find
Slightly
any
concerning
breathing room
RRQ didn't win a
whatsoever.
single aim duel over the course of that round, but it's
all
alright. They're going to come in with a better game plan this time. What are we doing? Are we fighting over B main and then going to defaulting mid?
A couple of these ultimate orbs. Does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening duels that are extremely important when you consider the 14-1.
Yeah, they made the Yoru breach combo look amazing.
So it feels
Back when they were playing it on like
RRQ
bind
need
and
to just
fucking
get one
breeze
foot
and stuff.
In front of the other, right? Find an opening duel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan. Currently,
Now
it's
we're
a more
going
stacking
back to
side of
taking a
PaperX towards
ramp.
B and mid, you could say as
With a
well.
paranoia this time. So that makes all the difference, having the paranoia being thrown like that, so that you can't fight aggro over
Into
it.
defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over. So
Boombot makes it pretty difficult for Patman to realize whether or not they're going into vent currently. This smoke basically does the same thing as the Viper wall,
This is just a complete
but they're
side
in.
control now given towards RRQ. You're not running the fade, for example.
And they've
so
used
there's
the
gonna be no
Viper orb
stuns or
here
anything like
over
that
towards
to entrap
screens.
with the paint shells.
So that's how they're able to do
it's
smoke,
also
smoke,
paint shells from Jing
orb.
as well. Does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site,
Yo.
where then PaperX has a really good idea
Fighting
of where
really
RRQ are
heavy.
positioned, except for Xpharaoh, who might be able to find a couple more
Dude,
kills, but
PaperX are
chooses
in.
to stay undetected instead. And
Very
at that point,
aggressive.
Numbers all down around him. It's just crazy guy left.
Very aggressive and winning every aim duel. Again, worrying for RRQ because they're playing the macro well and they're getting into position and they're getting the plant down and then they can't get a kill. And it doesn't matter how good your composition is if you're just getting shot in the face. Like if something's always winning that fight, and if Monyet's gonna try to take a bad fight exposing himself to heaven just as the heaven smoke drops, then yeah, you're gonna lose.
You know, when we consider the the Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken. They are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word to use here for PaperX.
But yeah, I think PaperX have to be playing this aggressive. This composition, you need to fucking fight people. Because otherwise, you don't really have very good map control.
You got a showstopper as well. If that Prowler found anything, you'd expect that to be.
And you're going to be taking a lot of individual fights as well.
They should be able to dodge the ultimate.
All right, good punish on Forsaken as he goes for a bit of info.
Slight face check, but
Teleport, double teleport over to ramp. Something might get caught here. Okay, he actually was clearing it, but Munyet had the coverage.
Might not be able to find that opportunity. However, Defy just straight down.
Defy with 4. He's so weak though.
Being able to rip all those numbers away from RQ, it's just Munyet left, but he's managed to blow things up.
It's so funny, Munyet doing that to his former team.
Explosion spreads a bit more when you got 30-something HP for Defy. That's not enough to get the job done, it seems, in the end.
Defy getting a 4K and then getting taken down by Munyet's long-range rocket.
Bring a little bit of stability on the.
Oh god,
that's just crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round being helmed by Munyet as well.
All right, something picks up the operator. So, like I said earlier, they're going to play 3 players over towards A to try to get something posted with the op. They get pushed away from the angle by the Yoru ultimate. Munyet does die in B main though. This was all a fake. Rough timing for Forsaken. If you're re-smoking that, you should not be just in the fucking open. That's just a straight-up mistake. But why? Like, if your Yoru takes the whole of the A site, why commit to the B hit? This is just overcook. Overcook central. You had a Yoru ultimate. You pushed them completely away. You could have just taken the whole of the A site. They tried to run a Yoru ult fake and have 2 players walk into B main. And Forsaken killed one of them, and then Defy killed the other one.
And you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels a little bit more difficult for RRQ now.
So now Crazy Guy, after calling up a stinker of a round from the IGL position, now has to fish it out of the bin with the 1v3.
Although, if Patman gives him a duel, he wins that one. Start to cook a little bit.
Turn around, get a spray transfer onto Defy. It's possible. It's taking his time though, and PaperX,
the full decay.
Yeah, holding on to their leashes. They wait for this. They're playing as a team. Crazy Guy being able to avoid the bullets for now.
He technically only has one angle he needs to spray, but pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. Being able to read the situation that PaperX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the jet,
now that they don't have big ultimates anymore, you gotta see them start the rounds by pushing these players back on A ramp and B main, and then just slow shit down. Take a little bit of space early, like go and take B main away from Forsaken. Punish him for trying to take B main control like this on his own. And then once he's been pushed back into the site, just, you can insert a player if you like, or you can leave B main, either works, and then just slow this shit down. Eventually, they're going to run out of Sky Util, and they're going to have to peek for info, and you're going to be able to punish them for peeking for info. This round, whatever, you're on an eco, fucking send it into A, I don't care. But next round, please, let's play with some intelligence, RRQ.
For the execute as well. Gate crash.
Good rollout, Munyet.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got
a good swing though, genuinely good swing.
That said, Munyet.
That's the advantage of that slow rollout.
Then angle completely blocked off. He still tries to go in for the flick.
What the fuck? Okay. Rough movement.
Munyet denies that opportunity.
He tried to stay alive with the updraft.
Pit. Good time to use it actually.
Yeah, really nice pit. I think they're winning this. 5v3 with weak weaponry inside the pit. I think you cooked here. Xfero and Cushy have double stinger inside the pit.
You have a bit of a light investment as RRQ, making sure that you can try and get something.
To be honest, it's actually better not even to fight this. It's better just to save. Because more likely you're going to give them the Phantoms. You're actually going to help their economy, not hinder it.
Way too far already.
Oh, second kill going through. You've got RRQ members up by Heaven as well, but
then again, they have trapped them pretty well.
Continues to tick away. Crazy Guy will just collect onto another kill. Jemkin as well, and the
yeah, okay. They still escape with 2 rifles though, so they didn't really do any damage to the economy.
Really important for RRQ here as well. Already knowing that they'd have a buy in the next round is just better.
Yeah, but you still have no massive ultimates, so this is a. Unless you just want to keep going into A because you think it's a massive weakness and you can force something off the line every time, I'd be trying to run some slow rounds.
Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves.
But maybe they can get a fast A working. I just don't feel confident about their A post plant because they've lost it so many times.
But it is a fair and very
so walling like this lets them apply some A ramp pressure without having to commit the orb, and then they can commit the orb to the A hit. Yeah, they're just going A. They've just... Their read is that PRX can't defend the A side properly. Cool little potential pinch play here. This is nice, actually. I don't think they're ready for this. Monyet pulling attention, and now Jemkin can swing. Nice. Monyet, though, does still die. Don't overfight this. Guys, you're overfighting this. Fucking relax.
Avoids the angles until Jing tries to fight back in. He gets denied.
Oh, good play from Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy just avoiding taking that fight completely on the flank.
The spike just continues to beep up. Crazy Guy springs back up.
That was a cool round, actually. That was a cool round from RRQ. Double blast back into Heaven and teleport into screens, and then you pinch these players as they're trying to retake.
But that's it, isn't it? Another successful A encounter.
All right, the thing is, though, next round, PRX are going to be stacking A ramp. Yeah, they're going to have some level of defense A ramp. Because RRQ have now won 2-3 rounds just by sending it on A.
Have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about conditioning your opponents as well, right? If you're going A successfully.
So surely now we do a bit of big main control, don't we?
For RRQ, though, feels like in this sort of time, Alex is gonna have to
Who's he calling the dumbass? I actually don't even know.
That's the first time I've heard that one.
Is he calling Forsaken a dumbass because he went for that teleport play? And he was like, they have screens controlled, dumbass. I'm not even sure.
You're gonna have to plot something truly cerebral.
What is your top 3 flex players of all time?
With Monyet flying up over the top of Heaven, and also for Jemkin to
what the fuck does flex even mean? Do you mean the role that isn't the one that plays the like hard initiator? Because like, what is the flex role currently? Is the flex role the person that plays the Tejo or the breach?
But for not a single member of the PRX,
do we even have a flex role at the moment in the current meta?
This play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You gotta remember as well.
Because I think some people define flex as have to actually play different things for the team, different roles. And I think other people just define it as like, well, you have a duelist, and then you have a flex, and then you have a initiator, and then you have smokes, and then you have a sentinel.
Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
If you define it like that, then at the moment the flex is like, yeah, is like Verno and Trent are currently flex players, even though the flex is only playing Tejo in the current meta. For a lot of teams, anyway.
Where they can have a bit of a different approach as well. Very silent up through.
I think it means different things to different people.
Ooh, but
the answer is Zekken. Bro, how is Zekken a flex?
Just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing, then again, spin down.
What are you talking about?
Corner for Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors.
He's like one of the most hard duelist players out there. He has played other stuff in the past, and he's super talented, and he could flex around. But in what definition of the word is he a flex?
He finds the first duel. However, a flex gets sent over. He tries to find.
If you're defining Zekken as a flex, you might as well just say who can play multiple roles. You might as well not even use a fucking title. Ooh, very clean from something to clean that up.
Clutches up for PRX.
And this is the other side of the coin that PRX see. When they have numbers over at the A side, they push something in towards.
He plays Omen on exactly Icebox. Yeah, they also don't have a duelist on that. If that counts you as being a flex, then yeah, we've got a pretty broad definition.
That's just quick reaction from the entire team.
Is Smoggy a flex if it's defined in the current meta? I would consider Smoggy the smokes player for that team, to be honest.
showstopper, but hey.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4 as well.
I think surely if anybody's the flex on EDG, it would have to be Jenny. Because he literally plays like sometimes Initiator and sometimes Duelist for them.
Similar approach in this round.
High-low setup though over at this B side.
And then I guess nobody would be their Initiator. I don't know. To be honest, the role names don't really make sense anymore. They used to make sense when the meta was a bit more like stagnant, but to be honest, we just need new words for defining player roles.
But yes, completely exposed thanks to that haunt.
I do like this though, coming out of the timeout, doing more of an emphasis on B. I think this is the right call from RRQ's coaching staff.
Which would give them some
that's whiffy from Jing.
Urgency into the site. Shot down for now. Something.
Don't let something win another clutch. Nice, Cushy wins the 1v1 this time.
Scrappy battles.
Yeah, good from RRQ coming out of the timeout to go put much more emphasis over towards B after they were only winning on the A site. Now they've swapped it up and they're going B.
Have a great haunt at the end there.
Even with Moniak, to be honest, even with both of the duelists going down immediately, they still just got into a post plant and won the scrappy 3v3.
Really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hand though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
A lot of pressure. But that said, that would be RRQ playing things extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side, it completely flushes or makes Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. PRX possibly a retake without the best weaponry. Devi though.
Yo, they are reading it and fighting it because it's an eco. These are the rough rounds to do XX against PRX because they... Oh my god, that's nice from Jemkin. Okay, you know where Jing is. He's stuck. This is a good round from Jemkin.
7 rounds left in the mag. Something though.
Swing together. Oh my god, that's nice from something. Holy shit, how's he done that with a Guardian? How has he done that with a Guardian? God damn.
Piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then taking elevation. Looks for the best possible angle. Jemkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots it mounted. That's gonna be the ace. Jemkin, all the way back then from when he was on
nice shooting. Nice shooting.
Still comes out on top.
Probably not the round to just be sending it B. This has been a bit of a slugfest of a game. Like both teams not playing with any finesse, any patience. Both teams just deciding we are going to fight each other. We're going to send fast hits on A or B. Has RRQ gone mid one time? I don't think we've seen anyone in mid. Like the whole map.
Something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots
the teams are just picking a site and going, let's go. Okay, this time we're seeing a split through mid, but it's still going to be a fast B split, I think.
Information that he's in the vent as well.
So yeah, that's a nice little prowler. And Forsaken's been completely caught.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more
yeah, got to be honest. PRX looking like they need to rework their split.
Play distract up. Meanwhile, in the back lanes, he can fight and then meet up with the team.
Just a bit too easy here to get past them and through them.
Blocking every single letter up by mailroom. Something though, able to sneak up from stairs. So possibly another round.
The round there's something when 1v2 they went through mid.
Blades have been drawn,
I think I was waffling about flex players that round.
1v4 and something. Just goes in for the hill.
Yeah, but otherwise they're just running off barrier drop.
Will pick the round up and push RRQ to an 8-4.
God damn.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of hit and miss from Jemkin on this Yoru when it comes towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You know, you're really forcing out a lot of information needed from PRX to get an idea where you're wanting to go, right? If it's a quick one out from RRQ on that attacking side, well, they're almost playing retake 9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map.
RRQ's greatest entry factor is Jemkin every time, man. That's not a hard one. That's not a tough one.
Jemkin, I guess, just because he's been the primary duelist most of the time.
Yeah, Moniak has kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple here too. So.
Especially from that previous map. Come on, you can't really fault him.
Where's TMV? I don't know. Is he not around today?
Got a lot of players
Wait,
love our
who came up with this? Who is the real man? Oh my god, production sometimes cracks me up. got a guy, you got a
Track
man,
by track. Oh, he's in bed. Ah, his ear infection's getting worse.
It's not even his name.
Ear on fire. Oh, my ear's on fire. What, have you been taking medication for it? Have you been to the doctor?
1-1, get a fourth map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
Yeah.
But certainly
and it's not getting any better? God damn. Well, I will say such wonderful words at your funeral.
Where you get to see, you know, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in PRX. Leading very handsomely with those.
You ain't invited? What the fuck? Dude, I would wax lyrical. Okay.
As PRX play a little bit more silently towards the B side of things, seeing no over-investments from RRQ. No one.
I'm a great funeral speech giver, okay? I fucking tear it up. Not a dry eye in the house.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
Buttering up at the funeral. Fucking smothering the entirety of my upper body in butter before I go live onto the stage. Hello, folks. We all loved him. What was his name again? Oh, yeah, Christopher. I only knew him as the Weasel.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
No reform donors.
Yeah, it's going to be just...
All right, let's see if RRQ can pull off the retake. They got nade, haunt, paranoia. The haunt is fucking miles away though, because Cushy is on the world's largest flank.
Inside the smoke though,
they are creating
first contact. Petman and something out from heaven as well, and the only one left then
creating a fucking, what do you even call that? A mincing machine over towards CT. Bodies go in, people never come out.
Single peep, the entire force of PRX will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will.
It's called a eulogy. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word of it. I kept thinking obituary, but that's a written version.
Taking some heads. PRX. They will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right click jump is a little bit crazy. Pistol round will keep things in good contest here.
Saying RRQ sounds like barking. RRQ. I don't think you're cooking with that one, but maybe you are. Off.
A Marshall for something.
Not a single rifle except for, well, if you consider the Marshall, but still, RRQ currently.
What an unusual wall.
This map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer towards the
Are they going to be running this in all of their rounds?
Little by little. Let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer.
It lets you smoke this off so that you can threaten taking bed.
It's just going to be crazy here himself yet again.
Smoke off the back of B Heaven as well, but I feel like it's so easily played around. You can walk in front of this and take a quick pick and then back off behind it, or you can even get like deep in front of it, like in this little corner. You could like hide in this corner and then pop flash out through it or something with the Yoru. If I was Jemkin, I'd be like, bro, let me play around this wall.
That you can possibly find, so not wanting to give too much up to PRX, but that said, it's
why are more teams not running Vice on this map?
It's a little bit quiet right now.
I think because if you're going to be, first of all, you don't need to run a Sentinel on this map. A lot of teams find it to be unnecessary. You already have enough stopping power on defense, and retakes can be really powerful here as well.
The final of Valorant Masters champions to millions of people. It was a great time in my life, and I'm so glad he could see it.
Yeah.
TMV's funeral.
Yeah, basically, it would be stuff like that. Just Rams, thank you for the 2 months as well. And if you don't, if you think that you really need a Sentinel, a lot of the times that's going to be because you want the information that a Sentinel provides. And Vice actually doesn't give you very good info. Vice is very much like shutting down a single choke point. And the thing is with this map, it's mostly about, listen, the clue's in the name, it's mostly about splitting. You can run A pops and B pops, but one of the most effective ways of attacking on this map is to take mid control and then like split through mid into A or B. And Vice isn't very good at dealing with that because the wall only blocks off one area of the map. So I don't think he's even that great on this map, even if you were comparing it to like a Cypher. For pure stopping power. For pure stopping power, the Viper's better. It's harder to get through the orb and the snake bite.
That means you got to place a player around mid just to watch.
It was the judge as well, so that's gone down. Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile, crazy guy.
All right, so this is not a bonus.
To play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shrouded step out.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more initiative found by PRX off of that. Thankfully able to get Crash away.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you've kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You've made things extremely awkward for him.
No angles to be found around the B side. It's just Crazy
can't smoke for himself really. Just has to get out.
Just to get out of dodge. Yep. Once again, another
the backfill here from Jemkin and Monya might be good.
A plant in the 5 versus 4.
Safer plant for
it's not looking amazing, but at least something's operator is not posted yet. Here it comes B main. He's so good at those kind of shots.
Peeking out from garage. All of RRQ trying to look for that space into sight, but PRX just not giving anything up to
They are not finding success on these B retakes. They can't be playing B retake. No, that's not even the bonus.
Put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round.
Yeah, PRX full bought into that.
PRX that they go lesser equipped into the second round of this half to then get out the full great buy FBX style. And they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from something to catch Xfero.
Yeah, the B retakes do look bad. I don't think they can continue playing B retake. Doesn't make sense for them.
As well. Not too many angles that they need to worry about when that plant's down.
It works though. I mean, it's a
they could play some kind of A retake setup, but they need people in B heaven ready to help Crazy Guy. And they're just losing B main control so quickly. I mean, look at that. They've just lost it immediately. I guess it's more important to pay attention next round when they have weapons.
Yep, and that's exactly what.
But yeah, Godspeed to you, Crazy Guy, with your classic.
Quick on the reactions out to a toss, but then still for PRX to
they tried to flood. Maybe that would be a bit better with rifles in hand.
Big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding. PRX are coming out on top.
Do you think something's the best op player in the world?
Sight controlled.
No, I think what we've seen from Kang has been better than what we've seen from something.
Drastically attempting at anything, but still the score has been tied up.
But I'm struggling to think of anybody else that I would say is definitively better. There are some other people that I think are maybe a bit more consistent in terms of how they play. Like Icebox, I think, is super consistent in always taking the best possible fights. But I think something's ridiculously talented with it. Do you know what I mean?
Started off 8-4, and now PRX have found 4 straight rounds.
I think the kind of shots that something hits, he's got like bonkers talent. Floor is actually mad with some of the shots that she hits as well. But I think in terms of like, it depends on whether we're talking about who's just the most like raw talented or who actually gets the most value. Because if you're talking about like Kang gets both, Aspas gets insane value with the operator. Maybe, I mean, you could argue that maybe something's a bit more talented than Aspas in terms of the ridiculous flashy shots that he hits, but at the end of the day, Aspas just takes the best possible angles, the best possible fights, and fucking dominates teams with the operator.
You place more players towards mid, and you leave the rest of the sites a little bit.
Whereas something is like, I'm going to peek everything and see if I can hit the shot.
Launch an expedition around. That said, though, keeping my eyes on the mid
and then obviously there's other players that are really good with the operator.
And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around to the A side as well.
You know, people like Cryo, whatever, from back when he used to play a shit ton of it in the chamber meta. But but yeah, the
I can't believe that hitbox works.
Yeah, sometimes it beat.
I think something's absolutely up there. Dejazine? Got crazy op skills. Yeah, he does. Dejazine's done some filthy stuff. But I think he's... Yeah, more like something.
Works wonders for RRQ, but not for the third time. Third time's a charm for PRX. Who are moving forward, especially with Seekers.
Oh yeah, Forsaken died. Wait, where the hell did Forsaken die?
Looking for spike plant.
Back to a classic somewhere.
Timing to have a little bit of stability, have a breath at the moment. Devi still has the poison orb as well as a snake spy, but he's finding some timing.
Yay. Well, yeah, obviously, like Yay in the chamber meta was crazy too.
He's going to be kind of pinned down close to the
Yay's rifling was always more impressive to me, though. I think.
Concealing their movements, making things as silent as possible. RQ.
Texture? Yeah, texture shopping's really good. But, like, we're talking about people who are fucking crazy with the op.
Just at the right time, Devi would have no idea.
Like, I don't think I'd say texture's better than something with the operator.
The first swing from Monyet.
I think it's just a case of, like, something needs to be a bit more smart with how many fights he takes with the op. His talent's absurd.
First round on their defense's side.
Yeah, that's what... Dude, these discussions are always terrible to have on stream. Because at some point, the chat just decides to name every player who's ever lived. And they're like, what about this guy? What about... It doesn't become a serious conversation anymore. It becomes a name any player who you've ever thought of.
If we potentially found him when he was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to just sneak in towards Heaven. Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier.
Yeah, what about Shinobi?
There's another investment for PRX. Everybody lining up for an A-site endeavor.
Nevera, dude, if you want some old school liquid oppers, Yampi and Nevera are genuinely incredibly good.
Would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling. Dashes right forward.
But also never really playing with the jet. Well, Nevera.
He will collapse onto Artix.
He's always playing like with Omen or something.
Yeah, they had no idea that he was resatcheling up in towards the rafters there.
So they've lost Xfero early on, but that shouldn't matter too much. Very early usage of the Raze ultimate instead of holding on for a proper kill. And the rest get destroyed. These retakes are not it, man. They're not it. RRQ can't pull them off, and PRX are too aggressive and good at stopping them. You gotta try to fight them before the retakes happens. Please, let's try to get... Let's try to get Jemkin fighting on A main a bit more, and let's try to get Crazy Guy fighting on B main a bit more. Not in this round. Don't give a shit about this round. It's Nico. But next time. Next time.
So on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time, they've been starting to find their footing. Ooh. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site. The shorty at that range. Yeah, it's not going to do too much.
The Skadoodle Sage op. Ah, the ancient magic. Do not speak to me of the ancient magic. I was there when it was written. Wardell versus Skadoodle versus Shazam.
Flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
Jemkin pop-off round when nobody clears him? Question mark?
With Cushy.
I mean, this truly is just PRX continuing to dot their T's, dot their I's and cross their T's.
Well, it gets one.
Jemkin
Nobody is ever clearing that angle when they mid-round pivot into an A hit. It's one of the spots that is frustrating because it gets way too much value.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the right clicks as well.
Jemkin pop-off round?
Jemkin with a share for now though, and it's working pretty decently.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but the shorty. Need to see the lion's share done by probably Jemkin.
Paint shells, blast packs still could be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first though, and looks for the movement into it.
It's so winnable.
That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded. Still good for one.
Well, they blast packed themselves. Oh my god, they still won the round. I was worried there that Monyet and Jemkin were taking it in turns trolling each other. From the team flash in the previous round to the blast pack there, like they had the perfect flash peek in and Monyet fucking threw a blast pack and messed up their timing to go out of the smoke, but it worked.
So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out, giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles. can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time.
Of everyone in Pro Valorant, I want 2020
The
Arns.
team following in
Yeah.
pursuit as well. Backwards and forwards engagement.
I don't think he was a Valorant player. I mean, not known as a Valorant player.
Another opening duel, poised at the ramp. Cushy down below. He's done it again, hasn't he?
He was incredible in Overwatch.
Tool for
He really
RRQ
was.
right now.
Sandpapering his
PRX,
mouse
though, not
pad.
backing down. It's something straight in with the shorty
Something
once
is
again.
a weirdo, man.
Quickly dispatched
That
them.
is
And of
a
course, you got
weird,
the rest
freaky
of
little
them
way of
trying
taking
to
that
work
fight.
around elbow.
Floating
Jemkin
around the
still in
corner.
position.
Ah,
Cushy up
Cushy!
the backside.
Ah,
But suddenly
Patman! What a
silence
shot!
Forsaken and Patman marking these angles. Magneto,
Oh,
you
we're
don't expect
whiffing.
another.
Oh, what
Tries to
the
play back
fuck are
them
we
away,
doing?
but, doesn't quite work out.
Oh, the only kill we can get is with a judge.
And you have
Dude,
some slight
PaperX
distance.
deserve to win this round for the shots that they've hit on site. RRQ are fumbling.
Gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious as well. But with the smokes coming up, another duel.
Is there any coordination between Xfero and Crazy Guy in terms of like how we're fighting? Xfero's literally making footsteps while Crazy Guy hides and throws out a smoke. What the hell?
We get another thrifty coming on.
That was a bad round from RRQ, man. Bad round to lose a 5v3. That shot's nice though.
Just doesn't work out for Mon yet.
But just no reason to force it like that.
Controllers of RRQ at the end there. A little bit disconnected, trying to find the duels.
Ay.
Trying to figure out who's where.
Any RRQ players in your top 10 for Toronto? Almost certainly Jemkin. I don't really see how you couldn't have Jemkin in your top 10 with how well he's been playing. But I think it would only be Jemkin. I think. I mean, I haven't done the top 10 yet, but I think it would only be Jemkin.
Hey, why not? If there's no one here to welcome them, they've been having that much success on this site.
Yeah, you just need to
Because there's just too much competition for the other guys, even though they've been playing pretty well. 10 players is not very many. How many players total are there? There's like 60, right? 60 players, and you're only allowed 10 in your top 10? That's fucked up. Dude, one day they'll let me have like 20 in my top 10, and then I'll have space for everyone who deserves it.
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah,
you can't even have one player per team. Even if you picked the best player out of each team, you wouldn't even be able to fit them in your top 10. It's fucked up. Oh my god, I like that from Monyet. Oh my god, I like that from Monyet. That's a Jing-esque play. I think they're just winning on the ecos. They can only retake on the eco rounds when PaperX are, I don't know, more scared?
All of them body blocking a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP.
God damn. RRQ might actually win this map just based on these two thrifties that they've got.
Have I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another thrifty, and it happens. 4 alive as well. They are just gonna
What was the previous round
guns.
that they won? Round 19?
RRQ lately having the numbers, having no care in the world, just sending it in towards these retakes. Well, this one specifically sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested.
Thank you for the gun,
Yeah, thank you for the gun. Xfero was the one that invested
Thank
it, right?
you
He
for
was
the
one that
judge.
brought it up, recognizing
That's
the situation
really funny.
that, well, I've got some samples I can send them. I can have a quick little kiss on the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second...
All right, which players are absolute locks for the top 10? Okay, we already talked about, like, I feel like Jemkin has to be a lock for the top 10. I feel like Forsaken has to be a lock for the top 10 with how he's been playing.
Come back in, finding themselves awakening.
Is there a player on Gen G that's like an absolute lock? I feel like Karen's just been playing so fucking well.
At the moment, with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on, though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a
I
worthy
mean, the problem is it Karen and Texture?
The greatest in SEA.
Yeah,
okay, Zekken has been unbelievable for Sentinels. G2 I'm not even going to touch yet, because G2 have got too many good players. But maybe it'd be like Trent and Leaf? Okay, maybe it'd be like Trent, Leaf, Texture,
RRQ primed
Karen.
for possibly map point with their ultimates.
And then Raga.
Early pit for Xfero. Will he get sent upon?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've already got 8 players. Nah, this is fucked. This is fucked. Silly amount of players top 10. There's too many players that are guaranteed top 10 who are going to miss out on the top 10.
You might want to just situating yourself as RRQ.
No EMEA? I didn't even start on EMEA.
Figure out where PRX might look to.
Obviously, you've got to have Miniboo in there. Obviously, you have to have Icebox in there. And that's 10.
I mean, look at the tight angle from Monyet. And now in position to possibly
Dude, this is horrendous.
I was going to say, I want to see what Devi is trying to do over at this pit. But if this is a call for PRX to go through...
Nobody from Liquid, in that case. Nobody from...
More noise. If you did have Xfero pushing out,
well,
this might have been a different story,
I guess it depends who qualifies, to be honest, but...
Forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like Xfero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PRX can hold a potential retake from main.
Yeah, dude, this tournament is fucking stacked, even though a lot of new players and teams are going there.
Yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information.
Oh, I do like that RRQ are bringing the fight to them quickly. This is a much quicker retake. Immediately in with the Raze ultimate. That was a nice round from RRQ. Kind of crazy round from PRX, but the combo of the pit and the Raze ult? Holy shit, that's nice. Harder question, how many G2 players are you leaving off the top 10 list? I don't think... I feel like there's no way that you can include more than 2. With how competitive the tournament is, how can you justify having more than 2 players from, like, almost any team?
It's now map point, though, for PRX, for RRQ.
Verno?
They've got 2 of them to play with here. PRX
I mean, Verno's great, but, like,
at least presentable.
Bro, there's only 10 slots. I don't know. I feel like Verno might be one of those players that falls off the bottom of the top 10. Just because he's, like, incredibly good, but maybe not quite as impactful as some of the other people around.
How much is it really going to work out?
I don't know. Will any PRX player make it? I feel like they have to. Doesn't Forsaken have to? I feel like he's currently the best.
Like a hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
Oh, he can't. The weapon draw animation took a little bit longer than he expected. And out for Prowlers from Cushy as well. Further information.
Top 10 lists are just disgusting. There's not enough.
Oh!
What the hell is happening? Pac-Man just created enough chaos that somehow PRX traded him out properly. What the fuck?
He's pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for Xfero.
Sorry, why does Xfero have a fucking sheriff in this round?
Least.
Yeah, he will be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this situation, though,
got the Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes back in, deals with the first, looks for
that was a ludicrous round.
12-11. Will PRX push?
How did Pac-Man survive there?
RRQ be able to close it here. And now, for the last round of regulation, something again just not.
I wonder if they'll show it in the retake. In the replay. Nah, not really. You don't really see it. You just see all of the rest of the PRX players using the distraction. But people were so distracted by Pac-Man. Oh, he had a judge for the pit. I see, I see. Wait, he's gone for the judge again.
But here we go, last round of regulation.
Has he got a judge and a weapon? It's the final round. Surely you bought a Vandal as well, right?
After every international
nice.
You should go back to reach Clap Chat members top 10 list and find who were the worst one and give them a punishment.
That will be then more space for PRX to shore up around
the problem is, how do you define the top 10 list? Because, like, somebody did that. Leogend, one of the chatters, did that before, but they used ACS to determine whether or not, like, your top 10 list was accurate, and that's not really, like, the point of the top 10 list, is just to pick the top ACS. Because otherwise you would only ever pick, like, duelists. Oh my god, PRX are taking us to overtime. Fucking hell.
And it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime, folks, because Jing has the sightlines up by ramp. Jemkin down. Hang on, they're all
I don't think even VLR rating is good enough to say definitively that they're the top players of the tournament.
Jemkin with the flashes.
I think they improved VLR rating quite a bit, going from 1.0 to... Oh my god, I thought you might have got 2 there. I think they improved VLR rating a lot, going from 1.0 to 2.0. Like, VLR rating 2 is better, but I think it still overrates low deaths and like high cast.
First installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and ready.
I think they've broadly fixed the overweighting it was putting on assists.
Having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming out with.
But yeah, it hates dying.
So far, we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these 2 maps.
Yeah, well,
how's rating on VLR calculated? It's like a big algorithm. It's, you know, X weighting of kills plus X weighting of this divided by X weighting of this. Like, it's a recipe.
Seeing what they can do here, but we switch things back up. PaperX to the defensive side. See if they can
I'll tell you what one of the best ratings is actually on I'll show you after this map. Let's focus on the map and then I'll show you it.
Information into paint shells and another crossfire just to deny RRQ a ramp control. They will elect to just sprint into the site though.
It's called rounds above replacement.
Oh, the angle. Next Pharaoh wins that one.
Yeah, Trailblazer.
And I think if you're looking at actual stats to tell you how well somebody's played, it's probably the best.
PaperX, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens possibly, but Jemkin reads that, holds down elbow. Ramp as well as additional.
Yeah, Oracle's Elixir, yeah.
By RRQ, PaperX will have to find kills in order to get.
I don't see people using it very often though. To be honest, I kind of forgot that it existed until a couple of weeks ago. I looked at it when it was first released and then, I don't know, just kind of forgot because I didn't think about it enough.
Still holding. Decent trade.
Hold down to Devi.
It's just Devi in a 1v2.
It's planted for main.
Still beeping.
Take your ones.
Xpharaoh alongside Cushy.
Don't swing together. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. The only possible way you could lose. Then again, I think the time was actually over. But looking for some company? I've been so lonely, Achilles. I've been so very alone.
They have the right angles that they need to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site. Great haunts coming out, by the way. Definitely loving to see good initiative.
$50? $50? Yeah, okay. You can pay me $50 to be on the stream. It's good. It's good exposure for you. It's good brand building.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Stepcaster, I'm stuck.
He's getting shut down time and time again.
Stop it. Stop it.
Being an operator onto the attacking side, you need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
Could be something that RRQ doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a garage.
Yeah, this is so risky, but so
what a play by RRQ.
Well, Forsaken is marking the back.
They do get Forsaken, but now you have to turn around. So 4v4, but you've completely lost B main control, and now you've got to go and retake that. So you could start rewalking in a different direction, anticipating that they're going to be reclearing this. Good haunt over here, clears out any potential A ramp lurk. What the fuck? How does he do that? Oh wow, the wide swing. Wait, Jemkin might have cooked him. Dude, how does something hit these shots?
Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Jemkin's trying to drag him, kicking and screaming to Pearl. Oh, Jemkin's reading it. Oh my fucking god, Jemkin is so good, man. Dude, that is a nasty round, though, because Jemkin and something were hitting unbelievably good shots.
With the ultimate awareness to silence PaperX.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time again on this map, hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags.
That's bonkers. That is bonkers.
Feels again that the shutdown.
Dude, Jemkin fucking dragging them, kicking and screaming into Pearl.
Disadvantage scenarios as PaperX throwing caution to the wind a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that map, to be honest, it looks better than you'd expect, I suppose, for PaperX, considering that they played a really, really outdated composition. But, okay, this is the stats stuff that I was talking about. So, here you go. Let me go on this one. So this is a website called Oracle's Elixir. I guess it used to run for League of Legends, and now it runs for Valorant. And it has a stat called rounds above replacement, which, let me zoom in so you guys can read it a bit better. The point is to try to figure out how many round wins a player contributed to their team relative to how many you would expect from a average player, basically. So it's, yeah, they've taken a stat from traditional sports called wins above replacement, but wins above replacement would not be granular enough in Valorant, so they've done rounds above replacement instead. It's a really cool idea, and I think it probably is the best way of looking at player performance. But they calculate it through changes in round win probability. Now, if the round win probability is being calculated badly, then this whole stat gets completely fucked up. But I'd say it follows the eye test like pretty well. But yeah, the idea is that players are rewarded for getting a kill if it significantly shifts the round win probability, which is not something that's done inside. That's not something that's done within VLR's system. Like, VLR's system manually gives you less points for easy kills in an anti-eco because VLR's algorithm says anti-eco kills are just worth less, no matter what. But that also means that if you win like a 1v4 in an anti-eco, you still get the same amount of points as far as I'm aware, although VLR actually might have something for clutches, so I might be wrong about that. But let's say, okay, let's take the question mark out of it. Let's say that it's a 2v4 or something like that. A 2v4 anti-eco. In VLR's system, you would not get rewarded for that very much because you just killed 4 eco players. Whereas in this system, you would get rewarded for it because it seemed quite likely you were going to lose the round. Like, the round win probability would be pretty heavily favoring the eco team because they have 4 players alive. And so you would get, like, more points, if you want to call it that, because you were traveling uphill against the probability. So a rounds above replacement of 2 means that you would have earned 2 additional rounds over the BO3 compared to a replacement player, which they've defined as the average challengers level player. So not an average tier 1 player, an average tier 2 player. So that means that at the VCT level, your average round above replacement is about 1.5 because the VCT players tend to be better than the challengers level players. But the strongest performers tend to earn round above replacement of 3.0 or higher. And yeah, I mean, if you would just want to like click on the top players page or something. I haven't looked at this in a hot minute, but I do think that this is a good system. You have, yeah, I mean, these are people that have been performing extremely well recently, right? You've got like Luke Show, who's been fucking phenomenal. Kiko, who's been outrageous. Jemkin, who's been absolutely outrageous. Chichu's had great tournaments, even though EDG haven't been winning. Aspas has been bonkers. So, yeah, you're getting like... and it's used as a like scouting tool because some of these players are not even in tier 1. I mean, a lot of these players actually aren't in tier 1. Although most of them are. Almost everybody. Yeah, everybody else on the list is, right? I mean, not that player, whoever that is. But, yeah. I think it's a good system, though. I think it's a very good system. And I think if you were to do any ranking of players and, like, how good they actually... if you were to look at any top 10 list after a tournament and say, can we empirically say whether or not the top 10 list was a good or bad one? I would be in favor of using this stat. I think this stat, I think it goes like RAR is better than VLR rating, is better than... To be honest, I never used the Spike GG rating, but I think probably Spike's rating comes third, and then probably just ACS, something like that. But I'm not sure about that one because I haven't really done a deep dive into Spike's rating, so I don't know whether Spike.gg is good. But if you're not using RAR, I would use VLR's rating system over ACS. And it's like more easily accessible, I suppose. Although this isn't that bad, to be honest. I mean, it's still got a really good like filtering tool and stuff. It's just that I think a lot of people don't know about it.
well, here he is.
And it's not attached to another website that people are using all the time to look at, like, scores and stuff.
Far off. I mean, PRX, this was an overtime. And of course, PRX, each round, we're not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have got...
Opinions on the Trex Durka stuff? Toaster, I already talked about it at the beginning of the stream.
I mean, he woke up so much in this game.
I mean, very funny is how I would describe it.
Shot them in the wrist and Quack lost his
By this RAR rating, Trex is the best player in the EMEA. Yeah, but that's also... Okay, for somebody like Trex, though, you've got to consider that Trex is part of Vitality when Vitality were crushing everybody at the beginning of kickoff. So Trex's sample size is of, like, he's only winning. And then the rest of Vitality, it's taking all of that sample plus the other. Like, I would say I would suspect, okay, let's have a look, let's investigate, that if you set the time frame to just be, I mean, let's just go VCT only. Oh, we can't set specific time frames, can we? Fuck. I think if we set the time... okay, so this is going to be an untestable hypothesis, but I would say if you set the time frame to only be kickoff, like before Trex was kicked, I would suspect Durka would be the highest.
Morning chatters and bald man.
But then Durka's had a bit of a fall off after they got rid of Trex.
I feel like for RRQ, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a...
I don't know why Kiko isn't labeled in the EMEA. Yeah, that is weird. I think maybe the EMEA thing is wrong, isn't it? Because, like, if you just get rid of all of the regions, it's clearly, like, if you just look down, it's Kiko, Sociable...
deciding what kind of comp they've got.
It's Kiko and Sociable are above Trex, but then when you filter by EMEA, for some reason Kiko and Sociable are not in there. So I think the EMEA filter might be broken as well. Yeah, look, all of these people just don't have a region assigned to them. The region is probably assigned manually, and they just haven't gone through and assigned a region to a bunch of people. So yeah, don't use the region filter by the look of things.
So they should be able to execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change away from this Phoenix. This is a comp that RRQ know very well.
Yes.
You know, as you said, we saw
you can check by tournament on the homepage. Alright, let's have a look. I gotta say, I don't use this website very often. I just like the stat.
The reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You
here we
see
go.
it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way, but RRQ should have the answers.
Gonna click on that actually. So if we look at EMEA kickoff and we look at players,
PRX just look very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just maybe change some things in the play.
Do rounds above replacement.
Direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so Durka was above Trex here in rounds above replacement, but Trex was still really high. I mean, of course he was. It's the same stats because Trex didn't play anything outside of that. Although I guess it was Bangkok as well. But yeah, Kiko makes sense at 5.8 because he fucking dominated kickoff. I'm surprised that Ruxic is that high. Sociable played amazing in kickoff as well. Alpha had some phenomenal performances. And then Durka. I'm surprised at Ruxic though. Because he was super aggro and was getting punished quite a lot. But according to this, won his team a lot of rounds. Check stage 1. Who would you guess for stage 1? Who would you guess for this? I would say Miniboo has got to be up there. Like, he's been fucking dominating.
And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams, but now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might not get that.
That's a second phase ban most of the time.
For sure.
Zeus?
But someone has to win, so
could be, but Zeus also had some, like,
forward from this map 3
a couple of maps where he's gone completely gone.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have
broke the website. Tragic.
Win their maps, so they do have 1-1. So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's
we'll let it load. We'll come back to it in a bit.
I do love it when teams are
I'll leave you on tenterhooks.
It's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up, and it's like, no, you know what? We're really gonna push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out the few times, but let's bring it out now.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy.
Okay.
Yeah, but look, RRQ, I mean, they are
double Killjoy, double duelist head-to-head.
It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination.
I don't really fuck with the Killjoy, but if you're playing the double duelist and you just want to play the Killjoy for info, then alright, I understand. We got the Jing Phoenix. Yeah, 4 completely different duelists.
Only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Divide has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over to our casters, Quackman Komodo, for our third map in this series. Let's step into Pearl.
Hello, Gaming Apple Carl. How are you doing? All right, well, this isn't working for some reason, but there you go. Unfortunately, can't answer.
Back to where the train left the station.
I don't think it's UK internet. I think it's probably the website. Probably getting more traffic. What does RAR mean? I literally just spent like 5 minutes explaining what it meant about 10 minutes ago.
In that game, just couldn't get it over the line.
That was that one win that PRX had on Pearl. Meanwhile, for RRQ, it's both losses on Pearl as well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams are opting to go for the
I forgot. Alright, so we've got a trap play set up. Turret takes contact, and then 2 players fight over it with a flash from the Phoenix. Extremely common trap play. I would imagine that RRQ will be ready for it.
Their time with things, buying out time with the shear wall and such. Right now, it's a drone for info, and
hello, Garlic.
Avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how much is that gonna force PRX to?
My brother isn't here, so I am here. Okay, I don't know if I don't know if you're aware, but I'm not keeping track of people's family trees. I am not keeping track of Twitch chatters' family trees. I don't have your genealogy data. I don't know whether you thought you were going to twitch.tv/23andme or something, but I'm out of the loop. Okay, I'm out of the loop.
Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the
oh, his name's Endazak. Okay, I do actually know your brother then. Dude, I hate the fact that I'm now learning more about your family. I'm learning more than I need to. I prefer it if you would stay as little non-parasocial blobs. Chat, don't tell anyone, but I haven't filed my taxes this year. Okay, don't clip that, though. Because that sounds like it's me admitting it. I was just reading something in the chat from Adam, to be honest. To be very clear.
Watch their flanks somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside
Forsaken almost got one.
Peek forward from spawn. Small chunk of damage, but the spike.
The turret, watch the flank, by the way. Crazy guy's noted now.
So not too bad. PRX, this is a 5v4 in clarity. PRX are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards lane.
Oh, they had no idea that Jemkin was back there.
PRX completely crunched up into sight because not much was cleared.
When was the last time that we saw PRX playing this map? Have they played it since they got destroyed by DFM? They must have done, right? I'm just misremembering.
The site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not...
Yeah, okay, so they played against Boom and then they beat DFM again. Okay, okay.
Gonna need to be some scenarios where PRX have to adjust real early on the defender's side, and probably RRQ too, right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, well, they're going to be happy as Larry, so if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really going to work favor for them. Just coming into this second round, though. Lots of rifles, deep lanes on this map, of course.
Taking B control, farming up the Phoenix ult.
See him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
If there's anything that PRX does very well on this map, it is getting that Phoenix ult up in record time.
If we're talking about something falling first, this might be where that happens.
What is the PRX comp? Yeah, I mean, it's a very PRX comp, isn't it? Jet, Phoenix, get something and Jing on comfortable rolls, farm up Phoenix ult, run at people.
But what can you do here? You've got your team here, but do you have the shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue
Jemkin has to bail. Good shot from Cushy, because that could have got dangerous. A good 3K from Jemkin, because that would have got very dangerous as well. Dude, Jemkin is required to pull RRQ through a lot of these rounds. The amount of multi-kill rounds he gets when his team is in a pickle, it's so damn high.
If he got that kill as well with the classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance.
Alright, so now Phoenix ult available for the anti-bonus. I mean, he's just spamming into smokes for the first two. The Oracle Elixir website just probably isn't built for that level of traffic.
Top duelist in this one, right? Something falling a little bit. Jemkin stepping up in the previous map, carrying.
It's mainly a tool used by like coaches and stuff, so it's not. It's not really a... Yeah, I think they probably haven't upgraded the servers that it's on to be able to handle a lot of traffic.
Back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one, but
Jemkin was the better Russian in Tier 2.
The salvos as well, and causes them
Was he actually better than something in Tier 2? I didn't watch very much of him in Tier 2 with something. I'm not watching Japanese Tier 2. It was Japan, wasn't it?
Just waiting for the right time.
No.
Stars being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position.
What team was Jemkin on where he got the 0 kills on Reyna? Because I watched that, but I can't remember who he was playing for at the time. Was that a Tier 2 game? I mean, that's a really expensive bonus round. Scars. Oh, that was in Ascension, wasn't it? I do remember that. Yeah.
Means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional drift, by the way, coming in towards
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense why I would have been watching that, because I normally don't watch Tier 2, but I do like a very occasionally, if I'm like scouting a player or something, but I will tune in and watch Ascension.
And scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack. I think all 10
Alright, so that's a lot of light armor, but other than that, they're not really missing too... Wait, does Devi only have 3 stars? Devi bought light armor, a Vandal, and 3 stars? God damn. And he dies immediately. So, I guess it kind of doesn't matter that he only had 3 stars?
PRX has no choice but to hang back.
I mean scouting for VCT, I don't mean scouting for me building a team. Hello? Cushy just dying to the Phoenix, Molly, while putting down his lockdown? And then they don't even defend the lockdown? What the devil am I watching?
But he does have vision. Stars up as well.
Okay, good first peek from Xfero. Well played in the 1v2 here. But now you know the Panman's going to be pushing you, so hold a good angle. Nice, Xfero. That's a nice play. God damn. Dude, that round was so silly. PRX came into it with such a bad, well, not a massively bad buy, but they'd sacrificed a bunch of util and then get value out of the Smolly. And Monyet's like, look, what is this from Monyet? He doesn't wait long enough for the stun to actually confirm to connect, and so he jumps back in while the guy's still got his gun out.
Too early as well, finding just the catch first.
All good.
Completely unfazed by that one. And that resets PRX a little bit coming into this new rounds too. Something with an outlaw.
RRQ maybe getting into the rhythm of things. Building up a bit of confidence from Split and Pearl.
It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info into A site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off any rush attempts from RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment, you're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is.
Oh yeah, sorry. I need to go back and move the chat, don't I? Sorry. That I had my chat covering the HUD because I moved the chat while we were looking at the stats website, and then I forgot to move it back.
Checking out the back, and they've noted that PRX had pushed up before, so.
But I didn't recognize that because I wasn't looking at my own
it does come down to something,
stream.
Doesn't it? Until.
This looks like they're going to be able to navigate all of the danger here. I mean, I guess they're going into something, and 3 of them have light armor. But one of them's over here.
Oh my god. Hot hand spent though.
Oh, that's baited something to move off his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost a second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds and RRQ needs to stick a plan.
Good punish.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Good double swing.
To find his moment.
I think it's worth going for there for something. He has to try to take a fight before RRQ get into good post plant positions. And here comes Jemkin to clean it up. Okay, maybe not. All good.
Until the rest of RRQ just pulled down their mouse.
Which team should I support in all of VCT? Where are you from and what style of play do you like? Okay, we're going to pick you a team from your region that plays, like, do you like a fast team, an aggressive team, a slow team, a thinking team? A team with 1 star, a team with well-rounded talent. I'll cook you up. a custom order.
At the moment from PRX, a little bit too late before they start to get some information.
You're from Pacific?
Right?
Okay, okay.
Whoa. We're at map 3.
Do you like an angry coach or do you like a happy coach?
Press the pause button and, well, bring them back in.
Reset time.
Do you like losers? Do you like rooting for an underdog or do you like rooting for a favorite? That's actually a really important one.
These moments where you have a rocky one from the previous
Angry is good. Do you like scrim sharing? Do you want to root for cheaters?
Think about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills?
Okay, you're from Pacific. You like angry. I mean, you can't go wrong with PRX. You actually can't go wrong with PRX. But tell me if you like favorites or an underdog. To be honest, though, PRX will give you both. If you like, who else is angry in Pacific? Talon are angry. Frost will give you some fucking anger. MCE might give you a bit of anger for global as well.
Members there already. A little bit of a
Termi? I don't think Termi really gives you anger.
Almost
I mean, he's tweeting with a lot of anger, but I don't think the way that he interacts with his team usually is angry.
Change up for PRX. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility.
I need more information from you in order to create your custom fan base. Alright, Yoru ultimate immediately in onto B. Xfero dies. No cosmic divide possible. No smoke's going to come down after this. So you really want to be fighting this. I do like this. Good wall. Good push, but he needs a teammate. You need to do that together. You can't just do that on your own. Oh my god, how's he alive? Winnable for Jemkin. He knows where both players are. It is winnable.
Grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he knows.
I mean, I'd be looking to get the fuck out of here, I think.
They know that Jemkin's looking for the spike plant, and that's the precise.
He throws his teleport down B long, but then when he gets the spike, he doesn't leave. It's not like they could hear him leave.
So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way.
Looks like he, yeah, I mean, when Monyet pushes up and behind, I like that play. He just has to take the teammates with him. They have to go and clear CT together and then go and do something. Not just do it individually.
He potentially loses his teammate, can have a second go at winning the 1v1.
Okay, you want a well-rounded, consistent team, not G2 because my brother likes them. Okay, you want a well-rounded, consistent team from Pacific. I think you're pretty much like locked into Gen G, aren't you? Maybe you could get away with being a DRX fan, but they're not going to be at this global coming up. But I think you've just got to be a Gen G fan. Because you could support DRX, you could. Because they are a pretty well-rounded team. But they're not at the most recent global, and they're a bit of a heartbreaker currently. Oh my god, how is Kushi getting two of them there? How has he found both A players?
Certainly not.
I don't know what the fuck's going on, honestly.
You have to ask yourselves as PRX, and that's where it gets so darn confusing.
Kushi's just owned them. He's just owned them.
Another kill, and the spike.
Call? Yeah, I'll throw you into the call.
Really matter where they go at the moment.
I think you should choose between Gen G or DRX. If you want to follow somebody for this tournament coming up, I'd say Gen G are going to be the team for you. If you want to follow somebody after that, maybe give DRX a look as well. It's fun watching texture. It is fun watching texture. But it's also fun watching Karen and Munchkin. And you can root for Foxy9 and call me a dumbass.
Need to see how those ones did result with their knife out duels. He caught something. And then going for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting.
Hello,
what
sir.
An individual round to come through from Kushi. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do.
I'm watching on Twitch today because YouTube wouldn't work, so I can't adjust my time.
Just tell me what you're at then.
0, 39, 38, 37, 36. Perfect.
He's one away from lockdown. Kushi being able to provide such a performance for RRQ.
Quite the series so far.
Yeah, a good game.
Very SEA.
Yes, very much a mad clash of aggression. Split was particularly that. Like, both teams just wanted to go fast and run at each other. There wasn't very much finesse. Yeah, the thrifties were absurd.
I liked that just line of corpses and classics here. Aim after the start of this round.
The turret, okay.
Monyet shouting over the stage to somebody else. Thank you for the thank you for the judge, Cub.
Cushy, though. Fully aware, just needs one bullet, and that will be that.
6-2. RRQ holding some good.
The man who
leads
thinks
here.
about Valorant has an ear
Shots
infection
coming
today,
through.
Ragu, so
They
he's
can
not
afford a
around,
couple of
unfortunately.
Mistakes here and there for sure.
Nice, no point.
But
My
this
day's
is where you would
been
consider
fine.
the,
I had to wake up early and renew
right?
my lease,
They're able to stave
so I
off
went and
another
did that.
big gun round
Lovely.
from
And then
PRX. Well, maybe they
came
start to derail
home,
this train.
and
Do you have to pay them $1 bajillion million? Or have
We
you
had
already
to-
done that and
Situation,
you
that's
just
good.
renew the
It
contract?
happens.
PRX aren't laughing, though.
So the landlord legally could ask for
See what they've got in
5%
store for us
more
on this round. As
on the
mentioned,
deposit,
still
which they
holding onto
did.
the runner back, 6
So
point.
we
Ulti.
signed, and then
Refresh
that gets
time
paid
again
on the
to have huge
31st.
success
Right.
on a map like Pearl.
I don't know why the fuck we had to sign today. I think that they just asked if we could, because
Yeah.
technically the lease isn't up for 21 more days.
Ah, right.
Oh, but this is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Devi is stuck. The fact that
Oh,
he
nice
loses
kill
that
from
kill
Anya.
is super awkward. The fact that the
What?
lockdown
The
takes a while to
deposit
come
is
into Water
bad.
2.
What
Just
is that
disrespected into the
fucking
site.
alt
Establish a
in
plan
mid
here is
doing from
RRQ.
Forsaken?
Look behind the
What?
numbers.
Like, it just
The only way that
forces
this
them
goes
to
forward is
execute when they were already wanting to exec anyway.
Yeah, pushes them onto the site where they wanted to be.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it denies art from them, but they've just walked back into art anyway. God bless. I mean, dude.
Crazy guys, so
Oh, Xfero though dies before the pull.
Where is he gonna go?
I mean, they know exactly where he's gonna come out. And Jimkin has to fight his way out.
Yeah, I mean, Xfero can't die in that spot, unfortunately.
Yeah, this got a little silly.
Can you recommend me an A tier team that's so close to S tier but never gets there?
Yeah, other than that, I played a bunch of games of that Wildgate game that I was talking about last night. It's quite fun.
Isn't DRX like the definition of that? An A tier team that never gets to S tier? Who else do we have? In Pacific, immediately my mind goes DRX. Maybe you could say RRQ as well, but they might be S tier at this point. It's, you know. But maybe you could jump on the RRQ train. You're a little bit late to the RRQ train, I think. If you want EMEA, Foot, A tier team that's close to being S tier but never makes it. Who else? Honestly, in Americas, C9.
They get out with no damage taken.
You can go for a C9 pick here. You could even go for a 100 Thieves pick this year, to be honest.
But also RRQ with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to something.
In China,
but the overdrive, can he really connect the shot?
you could hit an FPX.
And he does. In with the tailwind as well.
Those are my recommendations. I got 5 recommendations for you. Monsieur should try the Sauvignon Blanc with these. A perfect match. Crew is a better pick? Yeah, Crew could be a great pick as well, actually. Yeah. That's an A tier team that never been S tier.
Once again, RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it.
No trades.
Operator being marked down as well, but Kushi still comes up with another
Kushi doing his best something impression.
Oh my
god, that's nice.
And it's down to Xfero, undetected so far. And he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well.
That is... Oh, what a flick from Devi. Oh, I thought Xfero had cooked them there. I thought Devi was on the other side.
Right?
Yeah, he was like hopping a little bit, and then he's like backpedaling and has to do a 90-degree flick to his left.
He can point and click. He can try and do something. Meanwhile, something.
If you want to cope, this game's the first time in playoffs that PRX have played Split and Pearl, and they lost Split and are down on Pearl.
Make him a little bit
Yeah.
I believe in PRX dealing damage internationally again.
Who? Devi?
I thought Devi, yeah.
Yeah, he looks
I
a
thought
lot
he had
better.
a really rough kickoff and start to the stage.
We'll have to
I think he
now
looks
he
good
looks-
now.
Yeah, he looks like the last 2 years.
And hopefully if you're a PRX fan, That might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
I think they thought that he was long. That's why they cosmic divided like that.
It's going to be contact with the op, and then for the curveball. Look at this.
Sorry, what the fuck is Crazy Guy shooting at? How is Jing allowed to just walk up to his face and flash without taking a single point of damage?
There's a saying about a broadside of a barn and not being able to hit it, and I think it's applicable.
Was he shooting at something? Was he already blind and it just was an observer bug? What the hell was going on there? That's ridiculous.
He hit.
He hit nothing.
No one.
He hit nothing and no one. I don't know who he was aiming at, but he didn't hit any of them. God damn.
If you're PRX,
did Patman himself cause this PRX turnaround? I don't think so. I don't know really what all the factors involved were, but I think Patman's made some of the roles work a little bit better because he's able to pick up Initiator on maps like this, where they don't play double smokes. But I think mostly it's just settling down into compositions and styles that fit the team. They found a bit of an identity for them, and
somehow like spiritually tied to finesse.
Working on
he either needs to be able to co-stream them or play against them at internationals.
Yeah, they're like they're bloodline.
The latter wasn't gonna happen. That's why they were. That's why they were shit. And then as soon as he stopped,
yeah. I believe that theory. Yeah, and Mini started helping PRX on the defense sides as well.
Like he was doing
PRX's defenses have
last
been
year
looking
where he was just co-streaming, and then he would just stop talking, and PRX would like they would be down and out, and then he would stop talking, and they would just run back again.
But also, I think one of the other reasons why PRX have been looking so good recently is because they've been able to play maps that work really well for them. Like I think their Lotus, they have a really good idea of what they want to do with this new composition they've been playing, and it's just been working incredibly well for them, and they've played Lotus in like every single game that they've played recently. So it's kind of like when Fnatic get to play Lotus all the time. Yeah, you're gonna win a lot if your opponents let you play on a map that you're excellent at. Yeah, Mini as an ex-Fnatic Mini. Jay-Z and Easy, thank you for the prime.
Jing is just in here, and Manyet is just pinned.
Yeah, they've crushed him in the corner here. So, pretty good half recovery there for PRX, because it looked like RRQ was going to run away with it.
It's Xfero who has to find more.
And noted too.
How many
oh, the trail just
in a row has this been? At least one.
Easy peasy.
Will pick up that tied up score.
And I was 4-2 at one point.
Expecting a different result.
Yeah.
Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for RRQ. Shut down. Everybody just knowing that they need to be narrow.
I think
can't play the A main crunch game against PRX.
No, I mean RRQ were getting most of their value by hitting B at the beginning, and then they started going A and they started losing.
Collection of 4 rounds in a row from PRX. So I think Alex will be, you know, happier now, as opposed to the rage moment we got earlier on.
I just want to clarify, right? Well, we do see him kind of go off in that coaching booth. I believe in the.
I think Sliggy might be pimping out Mini. I think Sliggy wanted PRX to win, and so he controls where Mini goes.
Right.
He controlled the fact that Mini retired and helped him with Coach Potatoes. He controlled the fact that he's like selling Mini around to different organizations.
Yeah, he gets to decide who courts Mini's services.
Yeah. And then if you don't pay Mini, Sliggy comes and enforces it with his huge fucking biceps.
And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team.
Busting fucking kneecaps.
Just
yeah.
Do get the better of you sometimes, right?
The big slug conspiracy.
When you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments.
He has to be stopped.
Practice. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl, RRQ. Looking for
I mean, maybe people were mispronouncing it, Mike. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure everyone's calling him Xfero now, but I mean, maybe people didn't know how to pronounce his name.
With the momentum being found, 4 rounds in a row.
Oh, my eye is so itchy. I'm going to end up giving myself a fucking infection or something by rubbing it this much.
PRX, though, leading in Pacific with #1 pistol collections.
It's so itchy though. I think it might just be like summer allergies. But now I'm digging my fucking fingers into my eyeballs repeatedly.
Giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need a reposition. And now get Crash out of there.
I'm definitely making it worse. You will never be TMV, me with an eye infection, him with an ear infection. Achilles with a mouth infection. Hear no evil, speak no evil. Fucking say no evil.
Just as quick. It's going to be PRX with the
Three monkeys.
Looking for some space in towards halls, but it hasn't been found yet. It's Jemkin who's hiding inside.
Oh, Jemkin. He still gets one.
It's Cushy and Xfera off to the back.
Double face in the hall.
PRX once again looking for the trades.
Good swing from Paman. Paman has been a really good individual player for this team too.
Where those salvos came from too.
To know exactly where he is.
Someone needs a nose infection. I think famously the monkeys don't sniff no evil.
What is happening in your chat?
For Crazy Guy to contend with until the
Doesn't even
Just
matter.
looked over and saw an accusation of me having a venereal disease.
Not an accusation, a question, a query. I'm gonna be right back.
Doesn't matter that there's information
Where did that come from?
that they've got A main control. If no
The question, not the herpes. I know where the herpes came from.
When they look to break in towards the B side, isn't it? The Blaze Wall as well that you got to contend against, rather. Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just PRX again at the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back hall, when you consider it's Jing with the flashes, continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round, then you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run into the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ,
When will I start streaming again? Probably never.
And defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves.
I don't know. When my esports career dies as a caster.
Damage, go up the spike, you know.
Okay.
Standard anti-eco things when you don't go.
I washed out my eyeballs and now they feel a little better.
Little by little.
All good.
PRX will creep in towards this B site. Put there. Bits of utility there. Go for the plant. And then let's just see what RRQ have for us. If anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference.
You
when
do
you
not want to charge up the Jing
on
ultimate.
the Phoenix, you're so quick to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
He's hungry, but...
Once again, it's SEA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, salvos.
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's
Marshall.
dead to the spike.
Why is Jing not going hunting?
Then give them an ulti point, so...
I'm sad.
I feel like this team...
Should be passing the Bulldog, grab the Ghost, and go hunting.
Yeah, grab the Ghost, grab the Marshall, just go forward. I feel like this team is so good at thinking about ult orbs on this map, but they don't think about other ways of getting the Phoenix ult online as much.
How much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights to go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look.
Alex and Mind Freak look tense.
Teho as well from Crazy Guy. Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astra Star utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from PRX.
Yeah, he would take a gander that you expect.
Oh my god, he's just frying. He's taking it to Jemkin. And then shooting his... Oh no, he's not shooting his body. He's looking for the alarm bot. I thought he was shooting his body.
On the other end, though. Not by Link, but he gets blocked up by the hot hands.
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
Whoa. And you just expect the spike corner being planted. Monyet with a great spam. However, PRX able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
Noted by the turret, though.
Does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun to hold
They're going
down
on the fast retake.
Yet looking for some spacing towards back halls. That fast lane just provides so much cover. Jingo with the aim, and it's Cushy.
They know where Forsaken was.
1-2-1.
Oh yeah, he's gonna hear him running down here. He knows that he can just stick it. Brutal.
Yep.
Brutal. That is... that's actually a lot of damage to the RRQ economy, though. They don't actually have enough money to buy.
It's as good of a loss round as you can get.
Reset, doesn't it?
Yeah,
That's
but
the
because they're on
problem
the
when you've got
defense as
quick
well and they lose
rotation,
every player, they
all
don't
of
get
the
plant
RRQ members,
money.
the fact that you're trying to play a
They
little bit
have
more open,
nothing.
you get shut
They have
down
like
as that
3k
man.
on
There's
3 of their
no time
players.
really for that flank to come through from Forsaken. He
Should
didn't
add
win any
diffuse
battles
money.
through the street. And not planning for it.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean,
They're
it comes
literally
down to
ecoing after
attrition.
winning the
How much
round.
do you have left in the tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning
It's
to
like
run
the
a little
best
bit dry.
possible
And these sort of scenarios
fake
as well,
bonus
they
for
considered-
PRX.
recognize you need to shrug
They
it off and go
considered a
again, right?
stinger buy
we
for
should've
a
won the round, we
bit,
should've won it,
and
but
they
you
settled
didn't,
on
so
just going
keep going.
pistols.
Have
What's
a
your time, Roddy? Gotta hit the
ahead.
refresh.
Recognize
24,
that, well,
23,
we did remove
22,
all the guns.
21,
It was
20.
the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash
Do you
built
want me
up
to keep
whatsoever. They're
counting?
probably going to
Yeah.
look to take a
15,
knee come this next
14,
round.
13,
Meanwhile, PRX
12,
possibly looking to
11.
go and extend this gap from 2 rounds to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Gigabit connection.
How patient is he
YouTube
gonna be?
still
He's
buffering at
expecting a jump
times.
peek.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point in time? It's very common. Jenkins now
The
gonna give
Pacific
us a
stream
win.
wouldn't
He
even
doesn't
load
know.
for me
He
earlier
did not
today.
spot that, so Jenkins
Weirdly.
has the info for
I'm not gonna
RRQ
keep
right
counting
now
you
to
sick
spot
fucks in the
something,
chat.
But he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An outlaw would be given over as PRX still prioritizing this A site.
Well, the gamble has just been detected and avoided. Oh, okay. At least they used the Phoenix
All of
ultimate.
this site, you'll get free territory. Now you protect it.
That's pretty big. That's a nice little silver lining for RRQ.
He pulls off, something pulls off just as soon as the team gets to site.
Do they overheat here?
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such...
Send Jing in again.
Perhaps.
See if he can get 3 kills and charge up his next ultimate.
RRQ are just giving him too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested some upgraded pistols.
Give him the outlaw and let him run forward.
I think RRQ should honestly fight a little bit. Like, I think Cushy should go. He'll at least get 1 away from having his lockdown. But with the Sheriff, he has a chance of getting a kill.
And that affords for Petman to
Why is Patman fighting instead of Jing?
Crazy guy for the trade, and
I suppose he is closer to his ult, but I think the Phoenix ult is more important to charge up.
You know, one weapon that you can
Did
take away from
give
that
over a Phantom as well.
will mean, you know, an upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
It's not too bad.
But importantly, PRX, right? They lose the previous on the bonus.
PRX did improve, yeah, Ghost.
Generally is going to be the result anyway.
But I think some of their opponents are playing poorly against them. I think today, though, RRQ have been... They were a bit lost on Fracture, it's got to be said. They were a bit lost on Fracture, but they warmed up on Split, and then they played pretty well in the first half of... or the first quarter of Pearl, and now we're trying to see if they're playing well again.
Surprised he keeps the Outlaw considering A, his money, B, like that RRQ just has full armor.
Different approach it will be with Forsaken trying to create some pressure around the back of B-Link.
I don't mind this actually from RRQ. Switching
They're just
to a retailer
kind
or
of
the B
treating
side
it as
where you
a
got trap in the holes from your
damage the
utility,
RRQ economy
buy
kind of
time
round, I would
with a
assume.
nice
And to be honest,
nebula as well.
did something so
Start to
good,
figure out
I would
information
believe that he would be able
around
to make it
the
work with an
A main side
outlaw.
of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back.
I think it's
or
better
you're
to
pivoting
buy here,
Crazy
though,
Guy
yeah.
for the salvos.
You anticipate the Nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very
Alright, so you block them from scaling into halls with the double nano swarm.
Dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up.
So now when you
all this
retake, you're
utility
pretty
for a
confident there's
huge
no one
retake.
halls.
Comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar.
When
Singing
does
for
Xfero
something,
get
who's up around
smokes
B-Link,
back
maybe
up?
able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything smoked off
Does
right
he have
now.
another one
It's
after
the
this?
salvos that forces PRX out of position around the outskirts of this smoke though, and it's Forsaken evening up the score. He finds a couple more flicks, and Device sounds off as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something. And he's trying to play for
playing
time.
that so
of course,
nicely.
it's a shorty as well. Look at the beat.
He's fucking owning.
He recognizes that he has time on his side.
Something looks a lot more
Great gravity well as well.
comfortable as well. I think sometimes when I watch something, he looks frantic and a bit
Could have been a problematic one for PRX, given the fact that they did lose.
A bit nervous, a bit frantic in big matches. But he looks really composed here, to be honest. He's like consistently making the right play to just slow down his opponent.
That might be the straw that breaks the
Not
camel's
overheating
back
too much.
RRQ for the meantime, they need a big discussion here, because that's another defensive round that they are not able
On the
to
same
find,
page as his
which means
teammates.
investments going forward. For right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, you know, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing PRX repeatedly play around the smokes. In that little retake,
Alex and Forsaken. That's really good. That is really good.
The drones or the HUDs, there's a slight
Bizarre.
difference. And
Very
PRX
good.
have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
Yeah, he does look
Well,
desperate
as well,
sometimes.
right, where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster is not their favored map.
Whereas he
right?
doesn't
It's not a map
today.
that they've,
I mean, he hasn't done in the
same
last
agents opting
few
to
games, to be
create
honest. Even when he had that
competency
terrible
against
map
them
as
in
Brimstone
common
on Fracture, he
occurrence,
wasn't
right, we're switching control,
like
we're
forcing
switching
too
a couple
much. He was
agents
just
in there, right,
getting
between
whacked and
the
looked a bit
Neon
uncomfortable, and his
KO
team was getting
and
shut
changing
down.
Who's playing what role? Feels like RRQ on Pearl, it's still not looking the greatest. And in this sort of scenario as well, you know,
RRQ were fighting heavy over A main in some of these previous rounds. This time they've got double duelists pushing up over towards B into Devi.
Just gets wider and
Jemkin has
A main control
a
now.
bulldog.
like the initiative at least.
Could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, and they're going back into Jemkin.
There for Jemkin.
Hold up.
Yet. You're both one away now from the ults. You'll pick that up with death as
Nope.
Jemkin. And you know the
Didn't even
space
hit
now
him.
as well, right?
And
Pistols
there goes the
again.
bulldog, the
All
only bulldog.
defenders just playing to the numbers as PRX.
Monyet took the ult orb, I think.
Monyet finds a kill, could be overdrive.
But I don't think he's going to
Major
find it.
PRX is both
He's not going to be able to get
so
one get out and
PRX
ult
though,
back in.
Doing their due diligence, they check it.
He's going to be able to find two get out and go back in.
They both into the B. Monyet up for a triple.
How did he not get traded? He's got a classic. How did he not get
The
traded?
fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PRX had for this round.
Forsaken
That's
has been noted as well.
ridiculous,
So
but
even though
I
you have the site
feel
somewhat
like
smoked
PRX
off,
is still
is it
gonna
safe
win.
enough to truly get the spike
Cosmic
plant? The
Divide
Cosmic
gives you a
Divide
free
invests
plant.
because of it.
Forsaken plays in front of the other side.
Further space.
Lockdown, but that lockdown is still not going to get you guns. Especially with Forsaken currying them out of
Somewhat similar
the
to
site.
before, and look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of.
So this is still a 2v3 post plant where the retakers have no weapons. It's still pretty good for PRX.
RRQ, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be.
Oh, that's nice though. That is big. Dude, Cushy is hitting today. And they didn't plant for long. They planted for pillar, but they didn't plan for long.
What is it with RRQ and
Huge round.
So far? It's always
Cushy's
the
having a fucking
the round they
game.
need the most is of a thrifty variety, and this is a scenario as well.
Cushy's got the hot hand, and how the hell does Monyet? I think Monyet hits Patman with some bullet tags, so he's not even able to jump into the smoke properly to trade.
They were checking it, but of
That's
course,
brutal.
Monyet
It
is
slowed his movement.
Yeah, I think so.
What a round. Saves them.
RRQ won 2 huge thrifties to get back into
Let's
split,
see if they can tie it up.
and they
Two
might have done
more.
it again here.
PRX, though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in
All I'm
fact,
hearing
turning
is
up the heat
overtime
right now,
again.
aren't they? Straight
Yeah,
up
maybe.
Through the guts of mid, through towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades, though. Oh no, something.
Oh, he's lost all of his
Well, he's given the
blades.
space for the team nonetheless.
And Crazy guy.
Multiple right
Ooh,
clicks with the
well,
Nebula
maybe
propped
he's
up
able to
against
get the Armageddon
Crazy
out,
right
but
now.
Cushy,
And
though.
further space as well.
Cushy can't be
Bravo
stopped.
blocked off again.
Okay, he can be
And
stopped.
On, yeah.
He can be stopped by a player on an off angle that he wasn't ready for.
I want to see that from
Patman
Patman's angle, because he killed them both like back to back.
Yeah, I think he just sprayed him down. I think they just swung in together.
Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous. Don't get me wrong.
Okay,
Pushing in
well,
towards,
turns out that didn't really make any difference that round.
winning his
Jemkin's got to
duels well for
save in
Secret.
order to
It's just
all of them to
ridiculous
buy in the
how
next round.
quick PRX can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from
Even then, Monyet will have a bad buy.
multiple teams that
Because they only get 1900 off the
PRX
back of
thing.
this.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking out of Pacific, right? But they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from
All
PRX
good.
for all intents and purposes. Play with their
All
economy
good.
just a little bit. That thrifty
I mean,
round,
their own
they're not able
economy
to
is not in a
double down
fantastic
with another
spot
on the back of it.
for
I mean,
PRX,
that
so
Hello. My stream died for a moment there.
Into his teammate's molly, catching him off guard. Yeah.
Of that.
That was a true
We're gonna be unsynced again.
W gaming round come
From the new guy too, Patman.
Timeout just got called.
Fits in like a glove. And there we
Let me know when you have a timer. I'll just
39, 38,
and
37,
We'll
36,
see if they are able
35,
to deliver
34,
PRX
33.
Okay.
in this moment,
Nice.
because this is something that they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how.
All right, RRQ must win round. Must win round.
But I think my worries.
Incredibly important that Jemkin saved the rifle there towards the end. Now the team can buy. Monyet might need to buy like a Guardian or a Bulldog or a Stinger or a fucking Judge or something. I don't know what he would want, to be honest, because he's on the Neon, so he could buy some silly shit like the Judge. Gonna stream ranked if the series ends early? No, I'm actually gonna go and like do things like an adult today between the games. Because if the game ends early, there's a long time before EMEA begins. And I've got stuff to do. I have to go and do laundry and sort out some... I've got to go and send an important email in order to get a live show going in Toronto.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
For an undisclosed Valorant podcast.
Where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PRX there.
RRQ with a 3-player stack over towards A.
Gili.
What, sorry?
I said, how do you think PRX will do versus Gili?
Gili are not playing with their full roster, so probably B.
Oh.
He's been doing this all half. PRX has been doing this. And it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The lockdown now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player.
Completely crunched.
Because there is a
whoa! And they break it
from the back as well.
Oh my god.
Some slight spacing now for RRQ.
Rough for something though. If
This.
Jemkin can flush something out.
Yeah, and well, oh, he does go for the ult. Okay, so yeah, he spots something. But they can't actually stop something just controlling CT. They don't have anybody else over there. What a weird spot. They're retaking, but they haven't cleared something.
You might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel.
I mean, Monyet needs to be swinging with Crazy
Guy,
basically.
They need to do shit together.
Alongside Xfero.
Gravity well, already used.
I mean, Jemkin might have just saved them anyway.
He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability.
This looks a little bit.
Down the spike to halfway now.
Oh.
The pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. Time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out.
I don't think he has it.
And it's Xfero.
Oh my god, he had it! 0.03!
0.03 is crazy!
See, that's an example of something looking a bit flustered. He was just pressing as many buttons as he could on his fucking keyboard at once. He was like full running and gunning at one point, and then if he waits just a tiny second more, he makes it impossible for Xfero.
Dude, if I was casting this,
holy
Xfero just
shit.
fucking praying to the heavens.
Yeah.
If I was casting this, I would have said something with the shorty doesn't find him.
Consecutive affair.
Dude, that's a ridiculous round.
And the fact that, oh man, the fact that I would know that Finesse is co-streaming it as well would have been so sweet.
But is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall. You got the sight. You might be able to.
Monyet's found another kill on the entry. They control the whole of A main. I mean, this looks like a terrible post plan. The situation's reversed now. All of the positional advantage is in favor of RRQ. Previous round, they should have tied it up. And now it feels like they fucked it. Uh-oh. If there was going to be a PRX choke, it would start with a round like that.
Good round from RRQ needed here. A lighter investment from PRX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages?
Bro, if PRX end up losing this match, people are going to be putting compilations of Ye's dash with the shorty and Something's dash with the shorty. Like cursed Pearl Jet moments.
A bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defuses, right?
God, Cushy is
challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different
yeah,
look.
he
No
is.
main
And
control,
Jemkin is as well.
but a similar look
Cushy
towards
had
natural
way more
smoke
kills than
realize
Jemkin.
now.
And oh my god. Wow, that fucking flash landed so perfectly onto Jing.
And the double stack, and they just get out scot-free because of the fast lane.
Yeah. I mean, that is a nice... That could not have worked any better for RRQ.
Just as soon as the round rips off, a clone towards the back as well, and PRX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine?
And they get their info.
Real. Gets pinged, turns around.
I mean...
Not the case.
PRX, they're fighting against the voodoo here because the RRQ Gen G, no matter how many times, is inevitable.
As well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular
I mean,
singular
I do love a PRX in a grand final.
Fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PRX continue to this B site, well,
I think
we've got
both will
numbers,
be
we'll just trade you.
pretty good if RRQ is going to play like this because they look like a wet blanket in the last series.
If the timing is right, you might be able to find a bit more. Down for the
he's whiffing.
Wait, okay. If you hit Xpharaoh, I would have started bleeding.
It definitely feels like the PRX players are feeling the tension for some reason. They're not playing with the same calm as they were,
Heads are on their shoulders,
I don't know, 5 rounds ago, 10 rounds ago? Last map?
Saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11.
They look a little more tense.
The hour of this map feels like RRQ might have found.
They can feel the game slipping away.
For this defensive side.
And their economy's chalked.
RRQ.
They might be able to put together a round here with the Cosmic Divide and the Stingers. If they did some kind of like B hit where they smoke themselves off, flash through it, put the Cosmic Divide in a close position on B, and then send the Stingers through back holes or something.
Just highlight, I love the
Alex calls a timeout and it's all good. This would be the right time for attack timeout. There it is.
If they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site.
Is the pinned message bait? No, 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 no. I've seen the light. I've seen the headlights of the train coming towards me through a tunnel. I've laid flat on my back. I'm thinking of England, and I'm allowing the train to run over me. Track by track. Track by track. We've given up. Resisting.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think, have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas.
My hate watch of PRX has come to an end. It's come to an end.
Time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ.
No, RJ has a thirst for blood.
Doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it.
Don't get it wrong. RJ would ban people for the rest of time, I think, if I let them off the leash.
All these tiny little details and margins, are PRX able to get a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not? Right? You're a little bit lesser equipped. You don't have the Blade Storm, for example, for something. You have Jing one away from the runner back yet again.
They forced. I really didn't think they were going to do that. Guardian, Stinger, Bulldog. And they've immediately been mashed by the judge on the other side. It's so difficult getting through double doors against a judge or a Bucky or something.
Reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility over at main bar, the salvos,
deep
right?
alarm
Nebula, you force your opponents to respect that one.
Cool idea from Kashi.
By the alarm bot there. Well,
aren't you going to rotate people based on that, though? When the alarm bot gets broken, we're not going to rotate anybody over to A? Oh, because they're going to redrone through double door. And now they rotate people over. Fair enough. They still got there in time. 3 players ready to fight A.
Good timing, it'll just
what is, like, Monyet's not actually going to fight this, though, is he? Oh, that's kind of close.
Got him. And that's done.
Not just close.
A perfect skull-executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt. Something
he's so close to finding it.
Will it be enough,
yeah.
though? PRX has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A Seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how what's going to be.
Hasn't checked something. Okay, no. Good spam.
Good spam based on the Euro ult. Dude, RRQ are looking great in these final rounds.
Oh, dude, he's just guiding Xpharaoh's fucking hand right now.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ look like the better team by far in the last, like, 5 rounds or so. PRX are going to have to pick it up if they want to drag us to OT.
Reclaim the lead.
Okay, let's see. Forsaken Forces are
something needs to play for an ult.
Getting taken out by the judge, getting taken by the spams, not able
PRX are melting.
Position makes it really awkward.
That's good. You just see him running back and forward. Like the WS spam.
Yeah, it looks so
silly. Calls from RRQ, recognizing the job's not done. I have to lock in. You bring out the judge all of a sudden.
Something's still going for the Guardian, but I assume he's going to play for... Oh, he's not playing for an orb. He's going into mid. They're fighting heavy over A main and picking up the orb immediately. Yeah, yeah. Doesn't even need it. Or maybe he did, I'm not sure. But deny it from something. Oh, the stun! Onto something!
Oh, he's just somehow still got a kill.
Kushi baits his ult? Nope, doesn't dare. They literally ulted on top of the spike. That's a crazy ult from Kush if he wasn't planning on actually fighting over it.
Timing for Patman. This could be everything, but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating it right now. That's a massive duel for Patman to win.
Oh, he almost gets the second as well. I think PRX might have done this though. So much damage to Jemkin.
Jing now with the space.
There's still a Molly.
We've got an op being played by Defy as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue.
You know one of them's secret, but you just don't know where the second one is at all.
Past Flowers. Jing marks the angle. Has a flash.
Weird way for Jemkin to clear that.
As well. How on earth can Kushi possibly play this? He goes into check.
Well, you know where both are now.
Oh my god, I thought there was a chance there that Kushi was going to get the spray down. Overtime, let's go. That fight over towards Art was madness. Getting Neon stunned into the Teho ult, but then Moniak slides in.
And something's still able to get a kill before it gets taken down before the by the Armageddon.
This push from Patman though into Flowers won them the round. Nice productivity. Forsaken's gonna go for a judge in OT.
Initiative to sneak up through Flower as well, just to surprise Crazy Guy. Who,
that's not the most shocking thing.
This is a closer match than the DRX one. Yeah.
Patman doesn't do that. So
just gonna hold doors probably.
OT1, here we go again.
I mean they beat DRX 2-0.
Or no, he's gonna hold close corner.
That's strange.
Close corner B site.
I think he's gonna try and get inside the smoke.
We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up B.
Oh, you say slow, but they're pretty fast.
No, he's been pushed out
off the angle.
I don't know.
He can hold halls, but
it's a bit crazy.
Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge expecting a bit of a play, but it's
I mean, he's
caught
by one pulse of it.
He's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front.
Oh, I mean, you can see what he's. Oh, Kush gets 2 in mid.
And it's just Patman.
Something and Jing both jumped up top, and that was their method of clearing mid.
And then Monyet picks up the judge so he can yell, "Thank you for the judge."
Yeah.
That's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Patman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought. But then the spams out from Pillar.
But they have
got Jemkin all the way towards the back.
Yeah, they have pull, they have salvos, and they have 3 players. RRQ looking solid. You could see what Forsaken was cooking at the end there. Like he did get himself in a position where he was holding halls. But that is just such a rough way of clearing mid from something in Jing.
Yeah.
You're throwing yourselves into the train? Go. I believe in you.
No, they must not have anticipated him at all, but if you did, then I think you have to just send something like updraft over the top while Jing peeks. That way you at least have something to draw the attention.
Throw yourselves into the train! Exclamation mark vanish to throw yourselves into the train. They need you for coal.
Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the nebula.
You're all vanishing in a puff of smoke. You're being turned into steam for the engine.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot 2 members? It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site. And an operator, remember here for Jemkin 2. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. Something walks into the crosshairs.
They're just missing each other.
The timing, the pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work.
The train is chugging, guys. It's taking its bodies.
It's gonna walk right into it.
Yeah, something just doesn't quite realize.
Oh,
and on the zoom out as well.
He's one on the map.
Yeah. I mean, Jemkin and Cushy were both amazing this map. I feel like they did deserve to win.
RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds
in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most, Cushy up to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl.
Oh yeah,
Forsaken needs to kill 2 and get a lockdown, basically.
That's so funny that Nightbot broke at the same time the PaperX train broke. You guys were all typing !Vanish and Nightbot was destroying you,
Hot damn.
turning you into coal, and then as soon as PaperX stopped, as soon as PaperX lost those players in the final round, Nightbot was like, no, I'm not turning these guys into coal anymore. It's too late now. Chat, it's too late now.
Last time both 13 to 10s, changing up the agents, another new look to what they deploy.
You can't be turned into coal anymore. The PaperX train is pulled into the station. Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to take a break to go and do laundry as well. I'll be back in a bit, chat. I'm going to go and do some household chores and maybe have some food as well. And I'll be back in a bit. Next map is
what a rivalry that is. The map from yesterday
Ascent?
Wasn't too much to write off of, but this
Josh, run an ad and look at this. What is this? The conductor and the victim.
They forced PaperX to scratch their heads and think both times.
Wait, where is Sliggy? Oh, there he is. I didn't even see him. There's the slug. There's the slug in the train, driving the train. And all of PaperX going forwards and me fucking splattered on the floor with track by track written out behind me. That's really good. That's really good.
And what a performance it has been for the entire team.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to go and do some chores.
Cushy with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance, and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest histories in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
Yeah, what a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this the whole time. Map 1, they did not look composed. Now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games, and if I'm PaperX, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those thrifties, you've just won 3-0. But they haven't. RRQ stealing rounds, now stolen 2 maps away from PaperX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a PaperX across a large sample size, across a best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions have been made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PaperX. The round against Monnier on B long, dry walking into the op and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PaperX, this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you perfect Valorant the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close, like that one round with that diffuse .03.
0.03.
And you saw Xpharaoh actually just accept whatever was going to happen.
He thought he'd lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just please, whatever happens, right? But it's that factor of RRQ that make them so special, and that has also contributed to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's so great to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a different team, and I mean, I have to say, very, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see so they've just won the pistol, anti-ecos, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in, try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out, Crazy Guy 1-digs him, you're able to get into the backside of Paul's and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well, and mechanically, he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor, the way he was just walking up Art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk and then he would get a few kills and suddenly the round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very, very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you can just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on B long with the op, or they set up the KJ there. Maybe you have a lockdown, you can play a streamlined retake for there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off roll to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Cushy, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Pac-Man on the other side, who is also that rookie.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like Cushy's been really stepping up in the way he's able to play, and you know, to come alive in these big best of 5s, to really hard carry your team like that. You know, my heart goes out to him. Absolute respect, because he put the team on his back.
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals. Yeah. One of the, you know, highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp, but you know,
okay, I'm back. What's up?
Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way that Omen plays much more.
So what are we looking
into their
at?
style, where RRQ we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also also thinks he's well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joman is something, Omen on Icebox, we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well. They love it over there, so I think...
I was a little bit disappointed last time I saw...
As well as the fact that Jing has got the red side Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday.
Icebox with PRX. Not because PRX were bad, but because it was just quite bland. I'm wondering if either of these teams are going to give us a thrill. To be honest with you, I thought it was Ascent, the next map. I guess, is Ascent the final map then? It must be. It would be nice for us to go to Ascent. I'd like to see map 5 here. I think that would be more fun than it ending on Icebox, but... I mean, Icebox could be cool. Get to see Jemkin and something throwing shots at each other across the bow. Maybe. Just taking lumps out of each other. Could be fun. But, I mean, mostly... Mostly, Icebox is just fucking snoozer.
Right? It can be so fun, especially
Mostly,
when you have all of these rounds
that
where it gets like, you know, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win. Yeah. They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is
I just got back into VCT for not too long. But T1 my comprehension skills are fucked up. My favorite memory is witnessing T1 winning at Masters Bangkok and getting to meet the players. Oh, this is one of the fans who was losing their shit at Bangkok. The Bangkok crowd was great. They were a lot of fun. It was a smaller event. It wasn't as big as, you know, Shanghai or something like that, but it was... It was loud. And they mic'd the crowd well. For maybe the first ever time at an event, they actually mic'd the crowd properly.
After this quick break when we head into Icebox, so don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Okay, here's a quick break. I came back just in time for the break. All right, what's up, chat? Should we play a little game? You know what? I'm just going to sit here and enjoy speaking with you, my parasocial little friends. Has anyone outside of America's done the No Duelist comp? Yeah, it was actually Carmen Corp that were kind of doing it first, I think. I think they were doing it before America's teams were. Na'Vi have also done the No Duelist comp. Yeah. Hot take. I take Prime Trent over Prime Leo.
Please don't talk to us.
That's my response to that hot take. Please don't talk to us. I take Prime Trent over Prime Leo. That's a scorching hot take. I feel like I understand where you're coming from. Prime Trent. I mean, where is Prime Trent? Prime Trent is like end of kickoff this year and Bangkok. Would you agree that that is Prime Trent? Very recency biased. Yeah, but I mean, you can still try to compare peak to peak. Trent was having an incredible amount of impact. I mean, he's done it more recently. You could say in a more advanced meta where like people understand more about the game and how to counter and put pressure on post planners and that kind of stuff. He's also mostly playing a pretty busted agent. Trent. He's playing also some Sova exceptionally well at the beginning of kickoff, and what else was he playing? What else was Trent playing this year? Apart from the Sova and the Tejo. I can't remember. But, dude, the magic in my heart from seeing Prime Leo perform. He played Breach. When the hell did he play Breach? What map was he playing Breach on? What the hell map was he playing Breach on? Was that on like Abyss or something? No, surely that was still Jonah P, wasn't it? What? On Split? I do not remember Trent playing Breach this year. I don't remember Leo that much. I have a bad memory. I'm so sorry. I can see where the take's coming from, but I think Leo was, yeah, incredibly impactful to the same degree that Trent is, but I think his peak also just lasted way longer. He was just such an incredible player for a longer period of time than we've seen Trent be able to sustain it so far. I wouldn't say that last year Trent was an amazing player. He was very good, but I don't think he was an incredible initiator player in 2024. He wasn't anywhere near as good as Riens, for example. He wasn't as good as, I would say, EU even last year. He was good, but he wasn't like, you know, like the world on fire. Whereas Leo was fantastic when he was playing for Guild, and he looked like he was going to be fantastic as soon as he got a team that could, like, you know, compete at Tier 1. And then as soon as he joined Fnatic, he was just excellent from beginning to end. Yeah, Trent was pretty excellent, though, when he was on the come-up, when he first arrived in the scene in 2022, yeah. Yeah, he was good then. But he just didn't have anywhere near as good 2023 or 2024. Leo's utility and his positioning is so immaculate. And I think Trent's is at the moment too. But I do think, okay, when you're talking about the different Taehoes around the world, you can't say Trent is good just because he's got a broken character. Because everyone's got a fucking broken character at the moment. And Trent's still playing it the best out of pretty much everybody. You could argue that Freeing was a little bit better at the start of the year, but Trent is clearly the best over the course of the year so far with Taeho. But when you're comparing current meta to an older meta, you can definitely make the argument in that comparison that Trent has a broken character that he's currently using. Because anytime he's in a clutch and he's salvoing the person on the plant, that's just something that Leo, when he's playing like Sova, for example, never has access to. You just have to play the clutches so differently. It's like saying, you know, Ye Chamber was the best player of the year. Yeah, he absolutely was, and everybody else had incredible Chamber to be able to work with. But saying that Ye Chamber is better than Aspas on Duelist or something, oh, now you've got to say, okay, but Chamber was completely fucking broken. When you're comparing like to like, how broken an agent is doesn't really compare. It doesn't really matter because everybody's got access to it. But when you're comparing different metas to each other or different player roles to each other, then you have to take into account how busted the meta is for them. Yeah, honestly, you're right though. I think Leo is currently overrated. As crazy as that sounds. I thought Leo was probably the best player in the game for 2023. I had him as my MVP of Lock-In and of Tokyo, but I don't think people agreed with me mostly at Tokyo. I think people, oh yeah, because Alpha went fucking crazy, didn't he? Yeah, maybe it was Alpha then. Maybe it wasn't Leo. But anyway, I can't remember what I thought exactly at the time. But I had Leo like up there as like one of the best players in the game, or the best player in the game. But I think he's now becoming an actual myth. He's becoming a deity. This is how people ascend to the immortal realm.
Continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PRX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus. And
like saying that Leo was untouchable, the GOAT, nobody could even come close and nobody ever will. That's when you start straying into, you're treating him more like a god than a human. You might be overrating him slightly if you say nobody's ever gonna get close to Leo. That's a bit much. Sirion, thank you for the 25 months. I saw the butter video yesterday. I don't know if I can look at you the same anymore. Where's your promised full body buttering though? Hold up. I didn't promise full body buttering. I promised upper body buttering. Those are very, very different.
70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team.
All right, big push out through B to start the pistol round. Expecting there to be an A exec. A lot of pressure is going to be on Monyet to hold this down. You have to... Oh, he's not ready at all. But he can't really get away either. They're going back to fight this instead of accelerating. Ooh, don't know about that. I think Crazy Guy should have been running forwards to get a free plant, and now the plant's going to be coming through late. And it's going to allow these players to come in behind. RRQ are getting played like a fiddle currently. Ooh, they're planting for heaven. All right, so good reaction from RRQ. No, I am here. I am here. Sorry, I was just yeah, I was just watching this pistol round because they're going nuts immediately.
I didn't have your stream open, so I couldn't see.
Wow, you got to get that kill. Okay, and he does, but it doesn't matter. They couldn't keep people alive over towards rafters.
Yimkeen, you needed that.
Somewhat fast reaction from RRQ. Like, I like the idea to plant at the back of Jenny. I like the idea to try to fight for rafters and push behind onto Devi. That's all good reaction, but I do think Crazy Guy was not fast enough to react. And Xfero was not really able to do his job at holding off the flank and getting a kill on them as they run towards people. I divided a lot better than Xfero at playing the weak side. Leo during last year's playoffs was a deity. There's a reason he's the Pope from O Block. Okay, I don't understand that reference, but yeah, Leo was unbelievably good in the games that he did manage to play in 2024. He was outrageously good. He was like ill as fuck and hard carrying them whilst calling apparently as well on some maps.
So you want to see him grab
the new Pope took the name Leo? Ah, I see. There's a reason he's the Pope from O Block. Okay, why is Chicago called O Block? Chicago O? Just because it ends in O?
Marking the lurk out by mid, so
that's the part of the reference I don't understand.
Also, possible outlaw plays. PRX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady. Which means that eventually...
Oh, O Block is a hood of Chicago. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation,
the O Block of Chicago. It's very gang heavy. A bunch of rappers.
Mr. Sideshow.
I see. Hello? Hello?
What is your timer at?
42. 41. 40.
Holy sh...
39.
Yeah.
38. We're perfectly set.
Yeah, they've completely...
I was behind by about 9 seconds.
Oh, right.
So there's an opportunity to get a plant down.
Well, we're good.
Is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The Outlaw in play. Salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of sight.
I'd say...
Honestly, this could still get really, really bad. Jemkin has an Outlaw against 4 players here that die to 1 shot, and they've got a free plant, and Moniette is coming behind. That's the player with 150. That's so unlucky for Jemkin. Wait, he's not. He was not spotted by the tower. But yeah, Devi's done a great job controlling the flank so far. Devi gets an ace to open up the series, and now he's woken up again and is controlling all of the important areas of the map for PRX.
No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already shot at and position noted. Very level head.
Does the Pope being from Chicago give other people from Chicago like a +1 divinity buff?
You gotta let that not shake you in a best of 5 scenario. You picked Icebox as the choice in this one, right? So you gotta consider.
Can anyone from the chat confirm, like any Chicago heads in the chat feeling more divine recently, more in touch with the Holy One?
And they've been a little bit back and forth with the pistols, but right now it's a pretty good start.
He's barely American. He lived mostly in Peru. Any Peruvians feeling particularly divine? You got a +1 buff to divinity?
What an awkward spray come through from that Vandal too.
Well, Devi coming in.
Peruvian food is divine.
But you don't have much in terms of utility.
Clears Chicago food, unfortunately.
Except for bullets. Shock dart in as well.
Oh god, we're gonna get one of those games where the teams go A, but the defenders are winning. PRX happy to fight around the Viper wall so heavily. Oh, goodbye something. You are dead. 3 HP! 3 HP, and Pac-Man's got them locked in completely. Yeah, I mean, Jemkin must have seen him get into position. Jemkin's just worried about somebody else.
Duel against Patman. He's been good on the 1v1s as well. He's just happily setting up camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you got something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots not found. Something for the swing, and that's been quickly denied.
Wow.
Monyet now with a double
Good job
kill
getting past that, because there were so many different points of danger. The Outlaw, the Nano Swarm, the double hold from backside.
Except for the, well, the wall that
Looked like PaperX had too many threats there for RRQ to navigate, and they just kind of ran through them.
Just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Monyet, and he finds and collects onto the third kill.
That's a scenario as well where PaperX, despite the lesser weaponry, still had, you know, some pretty good weapons in towards that.
Okay, rescue bonus.
All of the information. They
or anti-bonus.
flank was gold. They had
Forsaken has played all 4 agent classes across 4 maps. Yeah, he's in that case, isn't he? That's PaperX things.
Bit of a fumble from PaperX.
I had stream muted, so I'd if you said this. But Forsaken has played all 4 agent CL across 4 maps.
Operator out there for something in
It is incredible how much he's required to flex around for this team. Like most teams, they just have no need for a player to do this. I guess Itsu was doing that as well for T1. But otherwise, it is normally quite unusual.
Space being collected upon.
It's not a good spot to put a player into,
well. Something does
but he does a good job with it.
Question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go, though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PaperX out of position, but no chance to use it for now.
Oh, the pre-fire.
Crazy guy sets it off by yellow.
It's
going to be RRQ Monyet, who's
about
still
to
trying to hold
align
things down.
That's a shot and a half, though. I think Monyet might have just won this round.
Devi slowly ringing around the Rosie, around
Oh, he's lost him.
Spike's
Oh, no,
still
he's got
going
him.
off, though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Devi has no clue and needs to tap onto the spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container.
Did he actually swing too early there? I mean, was there a chance that Monyet could have lost that round by swinging early instead of waiting for the clock? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, the shot onto something was incredibly important.
For RRQ, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile too. That's a
He defends Crazy Guy and then deletes something, and then he's just got an enormous advantage in the 1v1. Playing around yellow.
When they're off put by the Armageddon as well, that makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round.
Should have shown the full pop
Something's
off.
probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Devi, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PaperX forced to legitimate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. RRQ, though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives something the chance that he was looking for.
Something's obviously going to be trying to force the fight.
What is happening?
He's looking to rotate away as well. He's anticipating a rotate. And he's got the right read. They don't want to go into A because they think that something's knives are there, and so something insta-rotates, which is a great read on what's going on. He might have a chance at turning this round in PaperX's favor. And look, he's hiding, just trying to make it look like he's not here.
Something in position as well.
Oh, and Crazy Guy owns him. Honestly, I love what PaperX were going for there. They were hiding and trying to make it look like it was only the Viper playing on this line, and then the Viper would run away and play something in. They're going for it with the lockdown, though. I don't think I agree with this, really. But, well, I mean, the fuck does it matter if Pac-Man's hitting that?
One singular kill onto the Sheriff. Shock dart will finish off Monyet.
Yeah, I mean, it worked.
In a 1v3. And PaperX will
it worked.
The thrifty, the
dude, throw the ults out. Throw the ults out.
Back in all around the map.
Always ult.
You can do, I can do better. A thrifty round
always ult, apparently.
Out of RRQ's book when they needed it the most. So around back to PaperX.
I mean, they got bodies in position and pressure on the plant. Stuff them into the back of yellow where they're... Worst weapon I might be able to find.
I don't know why YouTube is dying.
I was having trouble with YouTube this morning. I think it might be this. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not. But it felt like the stream to me.
I don't know. I'm just watching the Korean broadcast now on Soup. Hopefully it's not too off kilter for us.
What are you on?
34 33, 32.
3 seconds out. Let me hop on YouTube and see if it changes. I'm going to do it after this round.
Great shouldering out from something.
Although I haven't said that the round. But honestly, might be over already.
3 seconds behind you or ahead?
No, you're ahead.
Oh, okay.
He just legged him? Wait, his crosshair was nowhere near him. How's he done that flick? I didn't even see the crosshair move. My brain doesn't work at high enough FPS rates to be able to track what he's doing with the op.
You can sneak past. Batman has to be aware, doesn't he?
I wish they would fix their platform. Soup is actually, it's so good looking.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something. Oh, with the
Me when I stare at the Heinz creamer chicken. The soup is so good looking.
Remember with the tag on Akushi earlier and the null command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get res.
That's a very pointy ult.
Things become really awkward. Kushi down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing RQ out in the open. That's the
I'm not a big fan of that ultimate as well. I think it's
back up, but
very easy to tell exactly where the plant is going down and deny it from happening. And you never plant before the pit with that
It's the mind games right now, isn't he? What can you do?
A lot of teams like it as a set, like occasional round to throw in there on the attack side, but
yeah, surely you consider
I don't think it's great.
On your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him,
and no problems here.
Bit rough from Xfero.
With a huge
yeah, not great. All right, I'm going to try to get onto the YouTube stream. Hold up. Boop, bop, boom.
You know, remove him off the
okay, it is working
you
now.
Win the rounds, kill him, you win the rounds. That duel, most importantly, on a crazy guy before the pit.
All right, give me a count
to come in
once the round comes back.
It begins with a really prevalent duel between Something and Jemkin. Jemkin was 1 away from the ult, or I mean, from the ult, and that's
5,
exactly why Something
4,
pushed up front.
3, 2. Not gonna say the last digit. Sorry, chat. You're edged now. 8, 7, 36.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Buys up for RQ now.
God. Not even allowing them their release.
Alarm bot noted. Nanos, you count a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Stave them off with the wall. But have you bought enough time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Yeah, everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over. It's Jemkin with the blades.
Pretty good. Winnable. Wow. Oh, God. On the Sphero, and he's getting pressured. You just have to stay alive for like 2 seconds. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. If he'd stayed alive for just like a moment longer, he wins that round.
Yeah.
That's a crazy round, man. That's a fucking crazy round.
Making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty. And all of the duels they are able to win as
depression.
Well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just to be able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team.
Yeah, 7 seconds is a long time to try to stay alive. You're just begging it. Another timeout? Oh, that's the first one. Oh, yeah. Dude, I thought there was a timeout just then because I
honestly,
closed
I wouldn't have
the
been
stream.
shocked if it was a PRX timeout. Alex would just be like, "Why the fuck you laughing? What are you doing? You almost was around."
Breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end.
Okay, 5-2.
Pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible.
The thing is, Quack, they've had
what was it? What round was the eco round where PRX won?
Lost the advantages.
Was that like round
gone into overtime. And what happened in the
4 or
overtime?
5 maybe?
They lost the overtime.
I'm basically begging for a ticket for tomorrow, but I'd get the fully rated.
On this defensive side right now, of course, Icebox, right, for PRX, we've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And they've won. Well, what I'm saying is, Komodo,
both teams sending it on the eco rounds.
Affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do? And what could be the final map if RQ completes it? Up once again for Something. And this time the positions have been.
Okay, this is a cool play.
For their rush play.
Yeah, I like this timing. This fast timing is, it's so quick.
dart more forward as well.
All right, and then they're just rotating instantly as soon as they realize that RRQ are not fighting there.
Something had he stayed on yellow would have been seen by the stealth drone. Now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Aren't they? Okay, they're reclearing mid instead of helping B. You're not going to try to pop your dash? Okay, no. He's out with the orb. The orb was a little bit late there, though.
0 point revealing 3 members, actually. Just going to try and force out the plant.
Some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but the plant still.
Alright, so something saved his dash to be able to go for
safely.
Yeah, with all of the players there.
That's it, though.
Something's elbow spotted. Oh, that hit him in the face!
Oh, he hit him in the face!
His teammate had to break it.
Should just be an insta kill.
Yeah, I agree. It should be like
when the Silver Dart becomes the huntsman.
Yeah, it should be like the huntsman kill thing in the kill feed. Boing.
And he lets them go. Cushy.
Salvos can't hold a half. He's down low.
Yeah, it should just be a win here. Hello. Okay. Weird. I guess save the gun if you want.
Thing with those salvos, you got to bait them out early. You got to
They really let RRQ get the plant down a bit too easy there.
Yeah.
Was the rotate not in time? Did they not have nano swarms to be able to play with?
They like triple faced into mid.
Yeah. But then Device should have still had some nanos. They didn't have snake bite, but they've got orb there, and they've got nanos, and they've got, I don't know, spam.
Yeah, they definitely got in way too easy.
Bit too simple. Bit too simple.
Should have been able to get shock darts through.
Why is PaperX not running Tejo? Because fuck Tejo. That's what PaperX said, and that's why so many people are on the goddamn train. Okay, they're the people's champions.
Why are you just facing out? He was playing the same position the previous round.
I mean, the fact that 3 of them run through and just hope and pray they don't get killed. That's bizarre.
Me crossing the street in Bangkok with my friends.
They must have thought because Pac-Man was close breaking the drone that they weren't playing it with the op.
That's pretty good.
Oh, good little play.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that is clean. Jemkin didn't even have his gun out.
2 kills now.
Oh, he's missed the timing.
Noise, though.
Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net.
But unless Moniette can find
oh, there's no way! Oh my god, what a round! What a round from Patman. That's a crazy round.
That's toxic. 4K
Dude.
come out from him when PaperX needed it.
Somebody make the pat chest emote.
He was going to snake spite to
pat chest.
But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left
He's in such a rough spot there. Like, he's caught so badly. And then he just gets every single kill.
Oh!
Come on, you fucking bitches. Wow.
Spicy.
PaperX will continue extending this lead because of an
incredible
from RRQ right now.
Hold on.
Okay. This is the fucking pride of the Philippines right there.
With the Vandal.
Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's
We don't
over.
mute those.
So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line and something.
Zekin as well. I don't want to exclude Zekin.
Nevertheless, he's good for 1. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well.
Ooh, something is so clean with the op.
Oh, dude, I thought he had the 3rd one for a second there.
Hello.
Good shots from Crazy Guy, though.
Have hovered around the site now.
Ooh, that looks lovely.
Oh, thanks to the
really
one-way.
nice.
And it's just Crazy Guy. He's got a Vandal, though. Can he find the kills? Gets the first.
I like the
be an ace clutch.
What are they called? Flared sleeves.
Screen up as well allows him to slip back around the backside, and Crazy Guy does not expect it.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the 2 shell shots and then the 3rd one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to look a bit better for PaperX. You know, I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You look at your hands.
Bees made herself a bathrobe.
See a bit of a series on them.
She was just upstairs sewing it together, and it looks excellent. Flared sleeves and deep pockets, all made of red velvet. Looks beautiful.
At least until this op could be potentially eliminated.
All right.
RQ trying to formulate a plan.
So they're trying to use early utility to deny areas of the map that something could be playing with the operator. Then they're using the Tejo drone, like desperately trying to force something into bad positions. Oh, they're just not ready again. Kushi coming through without his gun properly out after throwing some util.
Right off the get-go. And RRQ, this whole plan was
they don't look prepared for the way the PaperX are going to be playing. Like, they're thinking so much about the op that they're not thinking about the flood defend.
When PaperX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day at the office.
Just show step again.
You could wear it and slip it off as you butter up your upper body. You're right, I could.
When did he get here?
I won't, but I could.
He's not pushing by himself to give an opportunity to RRQ if they do decide to pivot back towards B.
Something's destroying them, and also the fear of something is also destroying them. But like here, man, if you're gonna do that updraft entry, and then you dash away, the player coming through the wall has to be like using that information to be perfectly ready to get the trade. And they're just assuming that because the drone didn't see anything on A, they're assuming because the drone went in and didn't see anything, and they like salvoed and naded some of these positions, that they'll be able to get A for free, which is not true. Yeah, the op might not be there, but PaperX is still going to fight you for positioning. Pac-Man has fought you like tooth and nail on Bs. They're always fighting you when you try to get in on A. This team is going to fight. When will you learn?
There's options here for RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're
and now in this round, they have really good retake ults. Oh, they actually have like planted eye ult with Forsaken as well.
Post-plant plays.
Forsaken is getting walked up on currently.
Just able to possibly deny spike.
Good patience from Forsaken. And now he should probably be ulting, I think, to deny plant here. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so nice from Forsaken. And Patman killed Crazy Guy. No ult, no salvos. They have no post plant. I mean, PaperX is playing this way better than RRQ. Way better.
I love that adaptation.
They're aggressive, they're fighting, they're hitting their shots, they're getting on the flank quickly, they're putting pressure on the post plant. They're just owning them.
To actually have more value than just ult trading. Get some damage in. Make it easier for the team.
I like that. I like that.
Time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant. Couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for the trades with the team. Have full confidence in your boys. That's exactly what PaperX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides.
You don't want to count RRQ out? Dude, I mean, unless Jemkin goes buck wild with the operator, I don't see how this is happening. They would have to win the pistol, get enough economy to get Jemkin and up immediately, and then just start farming with it. What do you want to see again? I want to see the cosplay walkout. I don't want the overtime. I don't want the overtime here. This one's not going to overtime. It's not going to OT.
Something for cosplay though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look.
I see where you're going.
We can have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool walkouts.
Again, yes, we've missed them.
Let's just bring some
on map 5. If we had an OT record on map 5, yeah, I'm down. But not here. Not on Icebox, please. Let's just get this map over with.
Absolutely lose my mind.
Why did RRQ not ban Icebox? We just witnessed them destroy DRX. Because they had to ban Lotus. Because nobody at the moment can figure out how to beat PaperX on Lotus.
Over from China in a stage cosplay. But
so yeah, it's a bit of a pick your poison kind of thing. I think they knew that they were going into this one probably gonna lose it, but yeah, they felt like they had to get rid of Lotus, which I think is reasonable from them. Alright, RRQ need the pistol, and they need to be getting up to an op as soon as possible.
All lined up.
Oh, this is timings on timings.
Separated apart, and it's
they know that something was around here.
Okay.
Well, I guess RRQ come out slightly worse. Patman's also gotten through. Yeah, and there's no...
it's expected.
They're watching for it, but you can't really get good information back in kitchen here. You just have to hope he doesn't get a timing on you.
He gets discovered by this drone.
This is going to get really weird.
Oh, Cushy, just when they abandoned it. The timing.
Dude, Pyman's been playing awesome. He's been really good. Making super important info lurk plays for them.
Petman's still in position, so can he cook something here, Quack? Does he have the ingredients right now? Nothing found. It's Petman who does the
well, this map's over.
10-3 PRX.
Seems like it, yep.
Just give us a quick map.
Time to think about Ascent.
Another pistol round collected from PRX. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so.
When was the last time we saw PRX play Ascent? Oh, they played it against T1.
Yeah, they played it not that long ago.
Yeah, they played against T1 and they actually looked all right. They played some classic kind of composition, and something was just out there playing Jet. It wasn't amazing, but it was all right. It was pretty good.
They played Jet double initiator with the Vice.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty good. Is RRQ good at that map?
RRQ, though, they've stacked up correctly.
They haven't really played it to my memory. But
I feel like we don't get very much Ascent in Pacific.
We really haven't. I feel like we had it like right when we first came back for the stage, and then it just immediately fell off.
Push off of the toxic screen as well. Something trying to get some good spams, but
Divide just cooking
so far. RRQ not truly able to find out too much until Cushy.
They're just gonna run him down in the end.
But with the submachine guns, PRX are still able to deliver.
Played it once.
They've only played it once this year.
And it was once during this stage. And that's when they lost to Team Secret.
Oh no. Were they just playing default comp?
They were playing KO, Yoru, Omen, Vice Silva.
That's a bit of a strange comp. I mean, not
they got
completely crazy.
They got cooked 13-5.
They got cooked 13-5 by Team Secret, and it's map 5 of the lower bracket final. Oh god.
Going for the alt orb, not too much cover, 0 point though.
Oh
yeah,
Jesus.
I mean, I don't think it'll be as bad, and I think they probably just end up playing Jet, but yeah, I don't know.
But they beat Nongshim and Talon on Ascent, but then they also lost to Secret. Okay, I mean, let's have a look. Let's see. Honey Ginger, thank you for the new Prime.
Yeah, that was also. No, never mind. They were both crazy.
Some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet. Yeah, this is gonna
Gen G, yeah, Gen G will get on Ascent.
But he's gonna go hunting for Patman instead.
Gen G were just good though.
From mid, but PRX just continues their steady march into
DRX have at points been good on Ascent as well, but not this version of the roster.
Good kill onto something though. But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the Pat signal in the skies? Patman oscillating back and forth around the corner, but Monyet
oh man, hitting him with the wide swing as well. Patman's playing so fucking well on this map. He's finding all the gaps in their defense. He's cooking people in 1v1s. Gets a 4K even when he gets stuck in a bad position. What a nightmare player.
Does your wife ever be like, hey, let's meet up and like go have dinner or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, that sounds good, like when do you want to do that? And they say like, oh, in 5 minutes, and you're like, what?
No, not very often. I get the I'm hungry and I'm like, oh, like shall I make some,
what do you want to eat?
Shall I make some food or something? And then basically my wife tends to only tell me last minute if she's hungry, or I have to like remind her to eat. It's one or the other. B either doesn't eat anything all day. I mean, probably she hasn't eaten anything all day today because she's been working on a sewing project, so she's been like locked in on something. But then it'll get to like 5 p.m. and she'll be like, I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm like, okay, let me go and cook real quick. Or I've started hoarding more food that can be easily prepared, like a bunch of like flatbreads that you just throw in the oven and it's like 10 minutes and then just throw a bunch of toppings on them, that kind of thing.
Neither team can truly let their
because I'm being beckoned, I must go.
Alright, well, enjoy your dinner.
Yeah, I might be back before the series is over. We'll see. Otherwise, I'll be watching on my phone.
There's no shot you're going to be back before the series is over. We're about to go map 5, like, in 3 minutes.
Yeah, but they're going to break the OT records.
If they do. Enjoy your dinner.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Wait.
Isn't it, like, really late where he is? No, it's not. What am I talking about? It's like 8 p.m. maybe?
Something that would be paramount. You've bought some time. You've noted the positions. You know exactly where PRX are. Can you deliver, though? The angle...
Yeah, fair enough. It's like a late dinner time. In my head, it was like late evening, but that doesn't make any sense. We're literally watching Pacific Broadcast right now. I was thinking about when we watch EMEA with Achilles, and he's like 4 a.m. kind of time. God, they are owning them. Oh my god. Worrying that they have this level of momentum heading into map 5, I gotta be honest with you. Worrying for RRQ that they're going into Ascent, a map that should be somewhat even, maybe a bit of an uphill battle for RRQ, and these players are going to be so confident. Chat, what is PRX's all-time best-of-5 win record?
Backwards and forwards with guns and saves. Thrifty even going in the way of PRX this time in this map. The pistols in the secondary rounds certainly help out when you get 4 out of
okay, there's, I mean... I think we should limit it to VCT, to be honest. I don't think we should be counting Radiant Asia Invitational.
Wins are by a combined 4 rounds. And PRX 2 map wins are by a combined 21 rounds.
Yep. Okay, where are the other BO5s? There's another BO5. There's another BO5. There's another BO5.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through
that's not VCT. There's another BO5. There's another BO5. There's another BO5. That's not in VCT.
So when are you streaming?
There's another BO5, and surely that's the only BO5 that they've been in, because this is like this is VCT APAC. Does that count?
And this is where every single road leads us back down to a,
because this is like before partnerships in 2022. I don't know if that counts really.
Indeed, because we are going to a map 5. The score is tied.
I can't remember who was in
between RRQ and
VCT Asia Pacific.
You just look at that score line there. PRX, they are on a roll. I think this is really more of what how PRX
I don't really think this counts, because this is before
PRX has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ
the regions were combined together into large
individual performances and some, I would say, you know, some.
Okay, well, we can count it or we can not anyway. So what are they in terms of these ones? Since partnership began. Well, I guess that's not since partnership began, because this is Copenhagen as well. Fuck it, I don't know. Anyway, they're 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 2 and 5, 2 and 6. They're 2 and 6. And then if you do count this, they're 3 and 6.
Past that, they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say, I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
4 and 6 for winning 3-0 against Lays in the VCT Malaysia Singapore. Like, these are
I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova
like,
or something like that. Maybe Xfero.
Bro, I feel like you've got to say they're 2-6 because these games just don't count.
Players playing different kind of agent comps. You can even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy.
Like I'm sorry, I feel like these games are just like maybe this one a bit more because they're playing against Xerxia, who were a tier 1 team.
Something there, another Jet masterclass from him, and I honestly like. It's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl.
But like,
almost every
are we really taking into account the fact that they lost to Bren Esports in 2021? I think it would be most reasonable to say that in the modern era they're 2-6.
For me, it seems like all of PaperX are on almost all the time. But for RRQ, they needed Jemkin to get them across the line. Map 2, they needed Cushy to get them across the line.
Yeah, basically their BO5 win rate is
okay, guys, I'll get
pretty much in the bin.
It doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially since, if they don't have that someone to kind of
I mean, Xerxia were good, but
they seem to be going around like
I don't think
almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of
I don't think
where this game plan was because
I think it makes sense to draw the line at when 2023 began because it combined all of the regions into like you're playing against all the best competition in your like major region, whereas in 2022, unless you're at a global event, you were playing in much smaller versions of it. Like there was APAC, and then there was Korea, and then there was, I mean, like Japan, I suppose, but it's not like Japan was super competitive, although I suppose Zeta was like alright or whatever, but you know what I mean? It's like saying that the G2 roster won a regional title before because they won in North America. North America was really competitive, but it also didn't have the Brazilian or Latam teams in there, so it's really different to winning in Americas.
Why is this team not calling a timeout, or why is X-Coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that.
You could count it, but either way, they have a losing record in BO5s.
They have a bunch of ults, or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there. You're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown.
Did you check VLR looking for Forsaken this match? What, the amount of characters he's played, or his stats, or both? Because I would imagine his stats are incredible, and his roles played is ridiculous.
On that Omen, while
yeah, plus 32, 1.36 rating, while not knowing what the hell his role is on this team. It's pretty excellent. It's pretty excellent. Dude, Xfero's 2-14 in first kill to first deaths, whilst playing the anchor role. Oh my god, bro is getting run over. I didn't realize he was doing that badly. I mean, 5 of them came from Fracture.
Why would you not?
But then 4 of them also came from Split.
So I think he's the modern day king of
and
Icebox.
3 on Pearl.
Loves this map, loves this agent, loves that.
Fucking hell. I mean, we need to be keeping an eye on Xfero's first deaths on Ascent. He's been getting mowed down. Jesus Christ.
See him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server.
Have you ever heard of dark mode? Have you ever heard of having some respect for how the developers built the goddamn website in the first place? Dark mode is dog shit on VLR. It looks bad. The color combos, disgusting. The combination of grays are mucky. If they made a dim mode which incorporated dark blues, I'd be down. But not these mucky grays.
This series already, to be honest, just a little bit cleaner on the thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose.
It's a good take.
Yeah,
I'm not even
definitely agree, especially since
me with my fingers in my ears. La 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 la. I don't care. You dark mode extremists.
You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman.
I'll use dark mode on most other websites. I use dark mode. Look, I'm using dark mode at the moment for the stream chat. Oh, I can't actually show you guys. But I'm using dark mode at the moment for the Twitch chat. But like, I'm not using dark mode for fucking Notepad or something. That's just like, are you using dark mode in Google Documents? You're a fucking freak.
In that grand final, RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it.
You guys are freaks.
I thought
I've already had this discussion on stream before, but just lower the brightness of your fucking monitors. If looking at a white screen makes your eyes hurt, lower the goddamn brightness, please, I beg you. Like, your monitor brightness should be set to the point where it doesn't give you a headache looking at something that isn't a dark black. It's a user issue.
Approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're gonna allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me. That's much better for him.
I'm glad you co-signed my Discord and Twitch light mode usage. Nah, you're fucked for that. I gotta be honest, you're fucked for that. Discord is absolutely better in dim, like dark mode. The colors go so much better. The like purple of the Discord mixed with the darker blacks that they have and the grays. It's a nice color palette. I gotta be honest, like the only reason I don't use VLR dark mode is because I think these color palettes shit. Like this gray on this gray, I just think it's a really bad combination. Like this gray is a different color to that one, and the like it looks ugly. Honestly, it just looks ugly. I think if they changed the colors, added a bit more dark blue in there instead of just pure weird like grays, I might fuck with it a bit more. But I just think it looks ugly.
So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5.
Yeah.
Gray is gray? Crazy take from you. That's not true at all.
Right, honestly, I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PRX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here. They've been here, done that.
Liquipedia Dark is even worse. I've never tried Liquipedia Dark mode, to be honest with you. Youngest Triwizzy, thank you for the 500 bits.
Sigman, can you shout out my favorite Valorant duo, Caribou? She loses brain cells when she plays with me, so she earned it.
Caribou, God bless you for playing with Youngest Triwizzy. I know the pain of playing with dogshit teammates. Every time I load up with my friends. I was playing with TMV recently. Oh my god. I know your pain. I know your pain. Okay. PRX running what I would consider to be quite a nice composition for them. And RRQ are going to stick to the same comp that they got flattened by Team Secret on. The Yoru, the Teho, the Sova.
Know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that.
PRX get to start on defense.
Everybody's comfortable here in RRQ, so they got to make
Let's see.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower
Bro actively threw and is playing TMV. I actively threw that split game, and I still had more kills than TMV and Nyx combined. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Egg, rate my Discord theme. Oh, you've got like a gradient. It looks like an oil spill.
4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps.
I don't like it. It's distracting. It looks like you've put a wrap on a car.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well. But
I just like a nice, clean, basic layout. Okay.
Possible grand finals are PRX kind of trumping their past demons right now, pushing out something.
Sorry to put you on blast for that.
He will get taken out as well.
But it ain't my style, and I think you might have known that. I'm afraid of colors, yeah.
You got to see RRQ get a pistol round here. They've been severely lacking them. So if they can find it, it will be well worth its weight in gold. A test towards Divine now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to nail every single shot as they
oh, that's a lot of good spam from Divine.
Get some decent shit damage, but that is it.
Yeah,
and really despite the fact that something died, Forsaken is pushing out. Really bro, Crazy Guy is fucking determined that somebody is flanking. And he's correct, but the retake's already coming through and Forsaken's miles away. I mean, Forsaken's just done basically nothing this round. He was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna hope that you guys win it. Getting a tagside pistol here is massive for RRQ.
Trying to work his way around the smoke, hunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive, but Forsaken will continue to slip through.
They still have salvos for Crazy Guy. I don't think this is in danger.
And it's just Jing with 13 HP. A tough fight.
Jing playing for exits.
Continue to hold though. possibly to allow them to expire.
Playing for stats.
Find more alt points. There it is. But
okay.
Pissed around over to RRQ.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well. Right? The fact that
No alt points for Crazy Guy. He just sat there and played the pacifist routine. He droned for them, I guess. But yeah, big punish onto something. I think that's going to be a key for RRQ. You've got to control the aggression from PRX.
On this map, he's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had
Forsaken's done enough for this team. Time for him to chill on this map. I agree with you, but also that might lead to them losing the series.
Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way. See if they're going to be able to double down, or if something on the Outlaw is going to be...
They're doing the Victor teleport.
Courtesy of Forsaken.
This one from Optic in 2022, I think.
Too much, though.
Might have been 2023.
As well, just continues to elude something for now.
When they were the first team that I remember to run Euro on this map.
Senti util to watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's two of them here.
Another situation where they're pushing up. Monyet controls it, but you know that he's not doing that alone. There's no fucking way that he's doing that alone.
Can he get anything more?
Something.
He's looking at the right location. Oh, just the timing on the angle.
He would be facing into a player with full armor there, although Jemkin doesn't have full armor.
RRQ are somewhere around B.
Yeah,
he's crossed.
Really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so
Crazy Guy is just going to try to control this lane and then play salvos late round. I mean, this is clearly part of the game plan, isn't it?
The door shut as well, just buys further time. I mean, this flank, this lurk.
Forsaken to be tilted by that, to be honest.
It's just going to play with
Why the fuck are you still in tiles? But he can just salvo from here, so he's got incredibly good safe positioning. Now he is baiting his team a little bit, but I don't think it matters when he's playing Tejo. An actually remarkably clean round, considering that something got into a dangerous position with an Outlaw.
RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the fade.
Stop the train, stop the train. What are you thinking, PRX bros? Are you worried? I feel like you can't give up faith now. You've had faith in the train for so long. You can't start bailing off the train just when it starts to have some difficulty skidding on the ice.
Forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's immediately.
Bro, it's a pistol, yeah.
Immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we're
never bailing off the train, bro.
Patman's only got one flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities.
I'm dying with this train.
Wait for the 8
okay,
seconds
you are
of suppression
committed.
To fade away, and then maybe we do even see RRQ go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment, expecting that they may very
They
well
don't
be
go
an
for the
explosive
A-pop. I think A-pops are much harder to do without a jet in your composition because the pathing for the Yoru becomes a bit difficult to make work. Alright, they're doing the same thing. They put the smoke at M2, dart, fake gate crash. So they're trying to pull eyes and attention towards mid. But nobody's really bitten at all. I mean, Patman's looking for it, but they've got a nice little bait set up in B main.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the assistance as well, and it's just Forsaken. Being able to bring
to be honest, not the worst possible outcome for RRQ. They still managed to get to site, but Monyet is miles away. For PRX, though, they're thinking there's 2 players on site right now. So Monyet's got a little bit of grace here.
But still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving.
Ooh, and he managed to get one and reposition without getting punished. Monyet might now be able to win the round. God damn. It's so tough for PRX to get the read there that there's only 1 player in sight. Because it's not like it wasn't the Tejo that they've seen hanging out in bumfuck nowhere. It's an Omen who could very easily be right there with them. They really tried to make that trap play work to the bitter end, and they almost crushed everyone. Just the sheer number of bodies in B main from RRQ ended up winning it through for them. They're going to go for a timeout. It's a massive bonus for RRQ.
PaperX, because that round, the way that happens from beginning to end, I mean, PaperX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage, and it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks. Again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously it was Crazy Guy. This time was Monyet, and it's definitely something.
Good util from Monyet. Yeah, the smoke on site was really good, and then the paranoia was fantastic too. But I think... Yeah, I mean, the smoke sells it that he's there and playing around things, but I also just think the PaperX so often are going to assume naturally that there's 2 players there. RRQ's comp, I think, should struggle quite a lot with just doing kind of... Like, any A-pop is going to be pretty difficult for this composition. I think controlling mid in the second quarter is going to be important for RRQ. At the beginning here, though, they're just putting a lot of emphasis on B main. This costs 40 bits to turn your message into a Discord overlay.
To pick up where he left off.
Not the full flash to come out now. The information with
this is a very early Cypher ult. I think if you were going to use this Cypher ult, you would want to spread out around the map a bit more so that if you do see a stack on B, you could react to it. So I think they've kind of wasted the Cypher ult a little bit. But they're still going for the long rotation up here, and it's all on Forsaken, really, isn't it? Forsaken might be able to get something. Goes 1 for 1. I think it should still be fine. I mean, Kushi's going to be able to get his ult up here, but I don't think he'll be able to reposition. Good kill from Xfero right before the flash came through. That's troll from Monyet. But that's a nice high-low setup from Xfero and Jemkin. And now Kushi has ult for post-plant. Or even actually for an exec, because your post-plant is already pretty good with the salvos. I think, to be honest with you might just want to be Yoru ult Sova ulting as part of your execute. Oh, they got team flashed. I didn't realize that, really.
So it didn't have its full potency.
Yeah, they needed to use the Vice Flash earlier on, I guess.
Kills that come in the back of this timeout as well. Now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play?
Okay, so I would be looking for Yoru ult Yoru ult Sova ult here to get a pick early on. Especially if you jump peek and see where the op is. Like, you don't want to be ulting the op, you don't want to be Sova ulting the op, but you do want to be Yoru ulting the op. They're not comboing the ults together, though. The Sova's on the wrong side. They're running a fake. They're running a B split. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Maybe they will still Sova ult? Yes, they are still Sova ulting into CT to keep those players back. Nice. Sova ult Jemkin. Smokes. No smoke over towards market so that Jemkin can make that play. That's not a good swing from Forsaken, but the rest of them are pushing through. Good trades towards the end. Holy shit. They actually couldn't get that many bodies into the site because Crazy Guy still played really passive. Crazy Guy was still playing for salvos, but also Kushi was playing for his ult. So they had 2 of these players out here, so they only scaled with 3 people, which actually made that really winnable for PaperX, even though they were down players when they flooded.
Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Kushi are navigating the angles together.
I mean, I criticized Forsaken when he went for the swing, but they did coordinate it together, so I'm not mad about it.
Slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there.
Maybe they realized what I didn't, which was that both initiators are playing outside of the site. But yeah. That's how you get an ult cycle going.
They have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through.
PaperX are struggling here.
Bladestorm there, you could pick up.
They need, I think, an individual round from somebody to get them back onto the right track again.
Won't be easy. Something's gonna have to land as much as possible with his blades, the prowler, the flash, just for that steel guard.
Over the top of the trap.
Cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ, meanwhile, are just happy to rush it over onto the A side.
Even something with the knives isn't hitting.
Well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner, and PaperX has no earthly clue.
He should not be able to kill all 4. He's actually surrounded by 4 players. He's surrounded by 4 players, and he kills all of them.
You got a seize that goes in there as well. And
I mean, that's
just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill, right? If those two little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PRX to potentially find something.
I don't think there's any reason for those players' tiles to be jumping through the smoke there. These two players should not be the first people. They should be the people who trade. Like, you should be taking fights on this side, trying to force him to look towards mid, and then jumping through the smoke to get a guaranteed trade. Not jumping through the smoke first, where he can isolate these fights.
Just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
Come on, PRX, get it together. You've been playing so much better than this.
Into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already
Forsaken's alone pushing out B main. At least break the trip. He's not breaking the trip. He didn't break the trip. He's not even threatening that he's pushing at all.
Watching for a potential flank to come through later from Xfero, but with plant going down, Crazy Guy has
okay. And they've just given them A because they were playing 3 in mid to support the operator at the start of the round. Don't know why they needed 3 rather than 2, but okay.
And it just blocks everything off. PRX continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly
Things are
going to
get super scrappy. Jimkin stayed alive. And he got out. Salvo's back in 30 seconds. So they salvoed Heaven there, which means that they now don't have it for post-plant. Oh, Patman on his own, but somehow, some way kills Crazy Guy. And PRX win the round. It's sloppy, messy, but it gets him on the board.
Just any substance in this map. Dropping the Steel Garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman. Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages.
Yeah, a bit of a weird Tejo ult, but if these salvos come through a bit earlier, he's thinking he's pushing them all the way back. But because the salvos came through a little bit too late, PRX were actually able to run in front of them and get into the site. I'm pretty sure, like, Crazy Guy would have been coming to his team, like, I'm stopping them completely, because it's like salvo, Tejo ult. And in theory, there should be nowhere for them to stand. They have to fall all the way back to these passive positions. But then PRX were already on Heaven and just ran in.
You can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with Xfero.
Yeah, it's just gonna make him feel a little bit sticky.
All right, this time they break the trip. They Prowler, they break the trip, and they can get something posted. So now they can rotate it away. I don't know why they're not using the Vice Wall in mid. If they just used the Vice Wall in mid, I think they'd be able to have much more of a heavy setup on the sites themselves. They wouldn't be worried about mid. They're worried because they're playing against a Yoru, but you just have to put one person at market, and they just have to break the clone before it triggers the wall. Anyway, instead they've got Forsaken covering mid, and he's doing an alright job of it this round. But can they use any kind of Fade Util to set something back up? Oh, the clone just ate the shot. Didn't quite land onto Jemkin. And he's in. Bro, crazy position for Jemkin. And he dies to something. How is something so... Okay. And they're flooding. They're flooding hard on B. That's the first round where PRX have played the defense nicely, I think.
That one, isn't it? PRX. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the
I thought Jemkin's repositioning the logs might have cooked them there, but then something was just watching for it somehow. What is that kill? Dude, both of those first kills are ridiculous. Oh my god, and then Patman fries them. Holy fuck, they played that round well. Like, individually. Jesus Christ.
For sure. 8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman. OIQ still in the lead.
Something again trying to get posted on B main. Exactly the same kind of situation. Xfero not putting down a trap until after the Prowlers have already been set up.
That has 4 or more players playing 5 different agents before. Can't wait for how open this meta is going to be without Tejo.
Don't know, actually. I don't think that tells you, though, that the meta's that open so much as the teams themselves swap roles a lot. Like, I think part of the reason for that is because Jemkin and Monyet swap... like, both of these teams play double duelist, and both of them have a map where one of the duelists swaps to smokes. And, like, PRX are fucking a carousel of roles, aren't they? They always have been. I don't think that necessarily says that the meta's mad open. So much as these teams have interesting reads on it. Oh my god. The salvos are so good for just opening the door like that. You can have so many guns posted without being low in your ammunition. I do like these B splits from RRQ. I mean, the control they've got with the Yoru over towards mid, and then popping through there after they realize that something is getting set up on the B main angle. I really like that. Xfero from behind. And now it's a 2v1 where Devi would have to go bonkers.
Surely you expect inside a boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the arc rows. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double peek. Devi, unfortunately, not able to contend, and RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works.
Yeah, I was just using the duelist as an example. But are you really saying you don't follow my point? You don't understand what I'm saying? That these teams rotate roles around, not because of the meta, but because it fits their players better?
They're going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when
it's more to do with the teams than the meta.
Do back yourselves up. You go silently and approach. PRX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again, so the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there.
It's a cool little stat.
Out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Not trying to poop on your parade.
Batman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PRX, but Dimensional Drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well.
Sovereign with the Yoru ult. Okay, and the Sovereign goes and helps Jemkin kill Patman. They're really making use out of this Yoru ult Sovereign combo to win big ult rounds. I think this is nice from RRQ. They look good. They look really nice on the attack side here. They're working mid when they don't have ults and getting good splits going. They're running like cool strats to be able to take B pops, and then running like really passive control setups with their salvos. The Yoru ult into Sovereign combos won them a couple of rounds. They're just looking clean. They're looking clean.
You know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 ults, but it gives
the train has been derailed. It does look like it. It does very much look like they need more bodies. I gotta be honest with you. They need more bodies. You've got to start throwing yourselves into the engine again. Somebody check in on Sliggy's stream. I bet people are fucking hurling themselves bodily into the engine room. Take me! They cry as their bodies are converted to coal.
Consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well, because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent. Defenses.
Stream Elements is cooking you guys.
Coming into this map, but a change up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1. Maybe
please let me ban them as sacrificial lambs. They're getting banned at the moment.
For that second map that they picked in the series.
All right, instead of vanish, type take me if you want to be turned into coal. You will get a 10-minute ban.
In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for RRQ working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from PRX? We've seen B main control.
Oh, so many people. So many people want to be taken for coal.
From Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting
my life for the train.
Right, they've got
RJ can't even handle the quantity. RJ banning somebody every like 3 seconds. But the tributes, the volunteers, they're coming thick and fast.
I mean, this is the first time.
There's a lot of coal. That is a lot of coal. Hold on. They're guaranteed to win the next 2 rounds. With this level of coal, I mean, look at this. Something's about to slap them in B main. Uh-oh. Nope, that cage just cooks him. Oh, and the teleport as well. That B main control is really nice. Xfero's playing that beautifully. So is Jemkin as well, actually. Fried. Not enough bodies! There are not enough bodies!
Versus 4. You've got no money. You've got.
Can we get the Sliggy version of? Vanish where it does a random number of seconds up to 30 minutes, but make it 24 hours instead.
Really? That's what it does in Sliggy's stream? Vanish just bans you for anywhere between 1 and 30 minutes? That's harsh. That's harsh.
Oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still, though, running out of ammo now.
Oh god, Jing, you are screwed.
That's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2.
The combination of people vanishing and being taken by my moderators, we're not going to have anybody left. Only the RRQ believers will be here. Only those who didn't believe in the train. The train fucking got derailed one game after making a mockery of me. They still played well today, though, I think, overall, PRX. The maps they won, they crushed. This is like the only map where they've been spanked. They could have won this game by winning 4 out of 5 of the maps, like, honestly. There's a world where they won on Split and Pearl.
This will command a little bit of a slower start for
there is a world, especially on Pearl.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent the Haunt out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some Prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the
They're just faking onto A and trying to get in on B. Feels a little bit overcookie here. PRX might be able to get a third. It's a good seize. Okay, so a 9-3 half. Do you believe in curses? Do you believe in the cursed crazy train?
Still be able to eliminate Jing for the least. Something to end it off, though. So it's not a 10-2. PRX able to
yes, I do. Holy shit, we've got some believers still. I thought all of you had been banned. It's been a while since we saw somebody who believed in this chat.
Gonna have to have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas.
All right, here we go. You gotta believe so fucking hard if this train is gonna come back. You gotta believe like you've never believed before. You've gotta harness faith larger than a mustard seed. I don't care what Jesus says. You gotta move mountains.
But they are in
can you get off the train so that it can move full speed again? I've never been on the train, Lynx. I've been flattened by the train. That's very, very different. I wasn't allowed on the train. I was just killed by the train. Smashed, scrambled. Which player infuriates you more? A duelist that never goes in or a controller that never smokes?
We do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet
Bro.
that can get in, or
I think they're both as bad as each other, because both of them mean that you just slow down and lose your timing and mold. I gotta be honest, I think this happens more often. I think this happens more often. The duelist that never goes in.
You have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little...
I've definitely played with a couple of controllers who don't understand how to smoke or where to smoke or when to smoke, but the duelist is more common.
Go and smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if PRX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by RRQ. Now
all right, let's have a look.
Defense. This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter.
PRX need it.
If RRQ get the pistol.
If RRQ get the pistol, then...
All right, so they have cam for information, shock darts early to try to dissuade them, cam for info, teleport over here in case it's a fast B play. They have the trap to catch the jet dash as well. So they're very set up on the weak side in case it's a... I mean, this is going to become the strong side if it's a fast hit towards B. But when it... Oh, Jemkin took the teleport. Because they droned all of this out and had full info and towards A main, Jemkin gambled, took the teleport thinking it was going to be slow B, and he's correct. So now, despite waiting out the gate crash timing, they're still hitting into 3 players. With a trip, with a recon.
With just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
And now something's burnt his dash. No dash for something. So now, you're kind of fucked here. You've got to split through mid, but you don't have any knowledge of what's going on in mid.
Oh, but then for PRX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go. It's going to end up being
There are so many players here.
The trips again as well. There's the trip around the survival smokes.
Oh, they missed the first one though.
Good for at least one.
They're in.
The trades have to be
PRX are just running at him.
Continue to waterfall into the side, but look at Jemkin and
Well played by Jemkin getting out.
They got to get the plant and the salvos. They can push you out of position. That's exactly
Oh, Forsaken. Can he save them? He can.
Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just Crazy Guy left. Low HP as well, but still
nice.
needs
Well
to find
done.
the 1v2.
It looks beautiful.
In position. Just
do you want to show the people?
Reset.
No? Okay.
Just a bit.
Well, you can show
they
me.
Play
It
high
looks
low
nice.
At the moment. They could lose their lives.
Yeah, it looks
they
great.
Are.
Crazy Guy. Does he have the shots though? Just ahead onto Petman. And
they are very
with
cool.
the
It looks
crabs,
very cozy.
the high-low still supports PRX.
That setup as well.
Like
If Forsaken gets headshot, the Ghost Bullet doesn't go through, finish him off. That would have been
huge round from Forsaken there.
Moment for PRX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there.
You like the dent? Dude, I've had headphones on for 4 hours. All the water in my head is pushed out the side. Shave your skull? I can't. I made a bet with TMV. I told him that I would. I told him that I would grow my hair out until the middle of Toronto.
At least it's one round, which might give them a couple more.
Yeah, my headphones hide it. You can't see my hair really, apart from when I take them off. The hair does look awful. I agree. I'm under no illusions that it looks good. It looks terrible. It's the eyebrows were worse. When I shaved my eyebrows off, that looked worse. But this is got to be like a top 2 terrible bet to make.
Try and flood on in, catch them off guard.
Go to Turkey. I think I'll just shave my head. It's easier.
And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PRX's positions.
All right, so PRX won a pistol, which was an absolute must for them. And it was a brute force pistol where Forsaken eventually had to go and make an incredible play, like pushing lane, late round, get 3 with his ghost. Oh, you are fucked. Good clearance.
Prevent him from escaping. The salvos though, but then PRX once again with a full arsenal, just happy.
They're not really close to any ults though. So this bonus round, they're not going to have that great weaponry. Spectre, Stinger, Double Bulldog, and a rifle. It's not amazing. But if they can somehow come up with a strat to win this one, maybe the comeback could be on. Maybe.
They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know.
Crazy Guy picks up an Odin. So what are they doing here? Are they Odin spamming with a recon? Yeah, okay, so recon over towards tiles, Odin spam, but the recon doesn't see anything. Instead, they've heard stuff in A main, so they're worried about that. So Crazy Guy turns around quickly, because you know how fast PRX can be.
Confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well, PRX now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as well, because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvos put at the right time.
There's no real trap over here, and the Odin isn't here either. I mean, if it would even get any value. I swear people used to Odin spam from on top of this market, by the way, through at a diagonal angle like this. And they didn't put metal in the way of that. Why the fuck nobody doing that anymore? I'm not an Odin player, so I don't understand. Like, if did they block that somehow? But people used to fire through an angle, and it looks like that would still work.
Not occupied in its entirety. Crazy Guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the
Any Odin nerds in the chat that can give me the lowdown?
A bit of a retake scenario.
PRX managed to slip through.
Too exposed, but people were already doing it before. That's not an answer.
As well, Device slowly sneaking himself forward into the one and done.
You can do it from close as well. You don't have to do it from on top of market. You just need a player holding contact for you as well.
Oh, not able to hold. Jemkin, this could be the start of the assault, but Petman has grenades. Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the first flash.
I mean, it's not as safe, yeah, of course. But
oh
no, Jemkin's cooked him, hasn't he?
Proves to be overwhelming.
Yep. All right. So PRX, even though they get in, just almost instantly get overwhelmed. And now, I mean, to be honest, I'm feeling better about Jemkin having his ult than Forsaken as well.
You're just waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for Xfero to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full.
Yeah, I suppose the idea that it's not as worth it in general to have an Odin, and that's the only angle you have to be worried about is the attackers when taking B main. It just overall makes the Odin a lot worse.
Now we'll get the full proper buy to come out from PRX, backed up by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional drift. How stellar has RRQ been when that ability is in play?
Especially for a potential retake. PRX though.
Oh, is this a dash down mid?
Position. A quick Nightfall.
Yes, and waiting until the Nightfall connects before dashing down mid, but Crazy Guy spots it. Crazy Guy's completely deafened. Xfero isn't though.
Almost domed. Still with the damage found, it's going to be PRX.
Devi takes down his former teammate, and Forsaken tries to shut the door, gets owned. Crazy Guy's Odin, heavy weapons guy, is just doing work. The Odin is so good for putting pressure on those players.
What are the positions going to be? Dimensional drift.
All the fucking walls are made of paper.
Could be everything.
Straight into the site. Another smoke.
Oh, the Tejo ult from Crazy Guy as well. Just pushing everybody forwards into the flash, into the spam. Really well done from RRQ. Huge round from Crazy Guy.
It's a self-blind.
Oh, was that a self-flash? Oh, I thought that was into Jemkin's flash, but yeah, the casters. All right.
Cannot sit in towards the main. Gotta say, all the info utility.
Self-flash from Patman.
With that Odin there too. Oh, he's blinded up by the clone.
Oh, it's by the clone. I see, I see.
Just that much utility being sent into the
They didn't keep the Odin? You know what? I think that's fine as well. Like, Crazy Guy was clearly doing it specifically to run this strat with the recon. And he just wants a rifle in the others.
They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, he is going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Another one found.
I mean, the game is pretty much over at this point, though. It's kind of... I think Ascent should never be the final map in a series like this. It's either exciting because a team is making a huge comeback, and you never really feel like they're going to make it happen. It always feels like it's going to be a fake comeback. Or it just feels like the game's over because one team got up to a lead and they're now on defense. So you just never really believe in the comeback. It's fine if you do it early on in a series, but as the final map or like when they're on match point, I'm afraid I'm snoozing. That's when I want to see like a split or a pearl. Something is popping off. Crazy Guy is popping off even harder. He's having an amazing last few rounds.
And Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
Icebox should be the last match of BO5s? Fuck that, man. Fuck that. Get that out of the pool forever. To be honest, get Ascent out of the pool at the moment, because it is just way too defense-sided. I think they need to do another pass of Ascent and get rid of some of these crossfires as you enter choke points. As you get into the site, there's way too many crossfires that you have to break. If they just got rid of a couple of those, I think it would make things a lot easier.
Smashing into the mountain.
Why did they remove Fracture? Don't know. They hate fun.
Just might be.
They hate fun.
Series.
Train bros, it's over. And when I say train bros, I mean you are the train bros, not me.
Deal with the weaponry, not too great in this round either.
You can't stand between another Gen G RRQ game.
Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment.
I think PRX are looking like a very good third seed team, though.
Weathering through the suppression, they'll just skedaddle on through.
Crazy Guy as well, marking.
Who would you take between PRX and MIBR? Because I feel like MIBR are a fucking good third seed team as well. But I think PRX might look better.
They have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford.
You guys are all saying MIBR? Really? I think the pace that PRX play at might end up running over MIBR on a couple of maps. A few maps, maybe.
Stave off this retake. There it is as the plant goes down.
You have no faith in PaperX actually beating MIBR? That's crazy that all of you think that MIBR would win that.
0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment.
Sunset in the map pool. No Tejo. And you still think overwhelmingly MIBR are the favorites? I think that's kind of wild.
2 targets left. And unfortunately,
all right, the train goes a little longer. Yeah, that's true. The PaperX fans are banned. That's a great point. The PaperX fans have been banned from the chat. Don't forget Wolves. I mean, I didn't even ask the question about Wolves because I don't think Wolves would beat PaperX. Wolves might be good for an upset somewhere, but I don't think that's gonna work. Fuck you, you bald egg. For what? For what, TMV?
Because you have to remember.
What do? Fuck me for what? For why?
In the first half, after round number 3 and round number 10. So the fact that RRQ deploy one here, have a
MIBR lost to Sentinels and Senna easily better than any of the 3 out of Pacific. The for the Wolves disrespect. I see. MIBR lost to Sen and Senna easily better than any of the 3 out of Pacific. Right, but that doesn't really mean shit. Like MIBR could also lose to. Oh, for example, you could say the same thing with like, you know, Loud lost to Sentinels. And Sentinels are a lot better than the Pacific teams. That doesn't really tell you how good. It doesn't really tell you how good the losing team is. You can make some level of an inference, but I don't think it's not like a. There's no logic trap there. Oh my god. The recon into the back, and then the Sova ult. Just crushing them in B main. Oh no, missing everybody in B main. Missing them all. You made my argument for me. Louder better than PaperX. I don't know about that. Don't know about that.
To seal the deal here.
I think that Sen and Gen G are going to be on a very similar level. I would not say Sen are easily better than Gen G.
Not really noting too much across the map neither, so.
Good timing on the drone. Just the fact that you reveal that there's still members of PaperX.
Depends how we see Gen G play. They've been looking great recently.
Jemkin in position around stairs as well. Crazy guy to stall the push with the salvos.
But I wouldn't feel confident in predicting that game.
Jing down and out. And the rest of PaperX continue up front.
They're giving it a good old go here, PaperX. They're fucking trying.
Every position marked thanks to the neural theft.
Could this be it though? 3v3?
Try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Monya and Devi are very weak.
Pushes up
oh god.
Sides,
hide.
Gotta watch for stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. Takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Petman trades
all on Xfero.
It's just Xfero.
Oh no. Oh no.
Over. With discipline, he finds the first.
Patman not ready for it.
1v1. Patman needs to come up huge.
Oh, and Xfero wins the 1v2 to win the lower bracket final.
The PaperX Express. We've brought this through all this every destination and down to the final score, 13-6.
Well, to be honest, I think we knew that that was happening when they went up like 6-0 or something on the attack side. They just played the attack side way too well. Way too well. I do feel a bit rough for PaperX today, though, because I think, you know, it's so possible that they could have won on Pearl or Split. Did they look like the better team on either of those maps? Not really. It felt like they were the team that was like scraping it back into OT. It definitely felt like an effort for them to get to overtime. It felt like RRQ were better, but only by a very thin margin. It was a very winnable match today. Very winnable. Well, there's another BO5 loss, so in the modern era, by my record, it makes it 2-7 in PaperX BO5s. Depending on if you add in, you could add a couple more into there and one more into the loss column if you wanted to take in some of the like 2022 results, but Yeah, that's rough best of 5 record.
Clean up the anti-ecos, they win this series 4-1. They will either flame out fully or make playoffs at Toronto.
Yeah, they lost a lot of thrifties. RRQ won a bunch of important thrifties, especially on split, and to be honest, on Pearl. The round where Moniette was hiding inside that smoke and got a double right click on Pearl, and then he charges up his Neon ultimate and gets a third. Yeah, that was mad. Yeah, if they clean up their anti-ecos, it would make a lot of difference. Yeah, the 0.03 second diffuse. Pretty close, pretty close. I think the PaperX fans could feel like they just got a bit unlucky today, you know? I think that would be fairly reasonable as a takeaway. It's not that much cope to say that you got pretty unlucky today. Tighten up a couple small things, and they win this game. And to be honest, I think the PaperX fans have just got to be happy with making a run all the way to top 3. It's incredible.
That was actually a crazy game. We lost 2 maps, like 13-3, 13-2. 2 maps we won was overtime. I don't know. Somehow we win them. Like maybe we got lucky, maybe they, I don't know, they got unlucky, but in the end it was a very nice game.
Yeah, it was. It was a great game. The final map, though, really showcased like RRQ's best win, which is a cool way for them to win, because they did have a single dominant map. It wasn't just like they squeezed through all 3 of the maps that they won. Check Forsaken's stats. Or is he like plus 30 or something? Oh, my camera's broken. Nice.
It's going to be RRQ's first ever appearance in the Pacific Grand Finals. I know you've been working so hard for so long for this moment.
PRX
so,
avoiding having to go to EWC.
Yeah, very based from PaperX, very based.
I think it's been a long time coming. We played really poorly yesterday. Even today at times, we looked really bad. But I'm really proud of the guys in terms of how we brought it back. I was really happy with how the last map went. So yeah,
that last map was really good.
With how the mental side was.
A reminder, by the way, that teams are under no obligation to play in EWC, even if they qualify. So, if the teams say stuff like, "Oh, but we qualified, of course we're gonna go," fuck off, mate. You can do whatever you want. Forsaken had plus 34? Yeah, that's ridiculous. But that's also because they crushed the maps they won. It was quite an unusual best of 5 where the team that lost won more rounds, probably. It's crucial when it comes to they certainly did. The best of 5s. And you guys had that huge loss, right, to start with. It's really unusual that happens. What did you tell the guys to make sure that they were able to reset the mentality?
Well, we've prepared since the last week. We prepared. We want to play all 5. We're mentally ready to play all 5. So just because you lose the first map doesn't mean it's over. So I think we didn't really get to play. We were not shooting back, and I don't know. Brain was a little bit off. We made a lot of mistakes. We looked like a real rookie team first map. Yeah. I'm glad that we showed what
first 8 rounds or so, they really played poorly, I think. And then they figured out what they were doing a bit.
멘탈적으로도 좀 준비가 됐었고 그리고 첫 번째 맵 내준다고 해서 크게 뭐 승부에 지장이 가는 건 아니다라는 마음가짐으로 임했다고 얘기를 하고요. 첫 번째 맵에서는 뭔가 손도 안 풀려서
PaperX had 10 rounds more than RRQ. Yeah.
이제
yeah, it's quite an unusual series.
필요했던 것 같은데 그래도 좀 멘탈적으로 이 다전제에 좀 준비를 많이 했기 때문에
Jemkin had a 1.3 rating. The next highest was at 0.85.
자 그러면 잼킨 선수 또
Cushy had a really good Pearl. And Crazy Guy had a really good Ascent. But throughout it all, Jemkin was on fire. And like occasionally other players would step up from RRQ, but nobody had a great series apart from Jemkin, I would say. Because like Crazy Guy and Cushy had some rough maps earlier on.
When you look across
I'll be streaming EMEA later, yeah. But not for a while.
A lot of the momentum kind of swung your way after that .03 diffuse. So what was it like just watching
that .03 was fucking crazy.
To be honest, I think we said, no time, something like that. We didn't know that, but somehow I diffused to have it before that, and Exfeo had time, like 0.3 seconds, so like, I guess we got a little bit lucky with that.
Were you happy?
Yeah, because we don't need to play qualification.
일단은 진짜 그 해체하는 순간에 시간 없을 것 같은데라고 얘기를 했는데 뭐 어떻게 된 건지 모르게 갑자기 해체가 완성이 되고 그 라운드를 이겼기 때문에
Yeah, they did get a bit lucky with that one. I mean, something misplayed it a little bit, but yeah. Baldur's Gate time? No, I'm going to play Baldur's Gate in a couple of days.
얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막 랩 어센트 정말 스코어를 많이 벌리면서 시작했는데
Is it true that RRQ won because of Taeho? I mean, their Taeho played really well on map 5, but I wouldn't say that was the difference maker in the series overall.
In your Ascent heading into that map, Jemkin?
To be honest, super confident. We know Ascent is a good map, and we prepared. We knew it's going to be Ascent at one point in this best of 5, so we came like with a positive mindset that like we know the stronger team on Ascent.
Yeah.
너무 자신이 있었다고 얘기를
And then they came up with some really good game plans for how they wanted to work the attack side. Quite predictable game plans if you played against them again, but it really cooked PRX.
승리를 거머쥘 수 있었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그럼 유학 감독님, 아까 말씀해주신 것처럼 또다시 결승전에서 젠지를 만나야 하는데 확실하게 복수를 하고 이기기 위해서는 어떤 점이 중요할까요? 이학, as you said, you know, it's time to get your revenge on your nemesis Genji in the grand finals. What do you think the team needs to do to make sure that you lift the trophy and also get that win?
I think maybe this time we need to shoot back. Yesterday we didn't do much of that, so hopefully tomorrow we can just come and just really kind of fight with them. They're also a really strong team. I think they're probably definitely they deserve to be in the grand final. So I think it should be a really good match. And
was he about to say the best team? It sounded like he had to correct himself there and be like, well, yeah, like they really deserve to be in the grand final. Definitely feels like he thinks about his squad as the underdogs in that game.
그렇게 총싸움 그리고 좋은 에임을 보여줘야 할 것 같고 사실 젠지가 너무 잘하는 팀이고 충분히 결승전에 올라갈 만한 저력이 있는 팀인 걸 인정하기 때문에 그만큼 RRQ도 단단히
No, I'm not going to watch VCT China.
자신감을 갖고
I've already watched a shit ton of VCT China and I don't think the teams are taking it as seriously, most of them. A bunch of the teams that have already qualified are running like crappy rosters and stuff.
Jemkin, are you going to shoot back tomorrow?
I will try my best, but I don't know if I'm happy that we played Genji for like 10th time, like since last year, always playing against them. I don't know, but I hope I'm gonna shoot back to Dawn.
Okay.
I mean, he shot back today. Fucking he owned today. All right, I'm gonna raid somebody else, and we're gonna go over to. I'm gonna go do some real life stuff, and then I will be back when the EMEA begins in 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna take a 2.5 hour break, and then I'll be back for EMEA.
And that's good night.
Who should I leave you with, huh? Is anybody carrying on their stream during those 2.5 hours? Sliggy usually takes a break. I don't think Chobra takes a break, does he? I think he normally leaves his stream on.
Fair enough, Hyper Steph. Fair enough.
I'm not sure. I'm going to raid Chobra, and then if he does throw you guys somewhere else, then that's fair enough. But I'll be back in 2.5 hours to co-stream EMEA. So I'll see you then. I've just got stuff to do today, so I'm not going to play ranked or whatever in the meantime. All right. The games today should be really good. I think the first one, not as spicy, because I'm expecting Heretics to deal with BBL fairly easily, but anytime watching Heretics is just a joy. But the game after that of Liquid Fnatic should be awesome. So, yeah, if you're wondering whether or not to tune in, the games today look really good in EMEA. All right. In the meantime, though, see ya.